Mm-hmm. Yeah, many times. Yeah.
And have you been in the new building or only in the old one?
Also in the new one, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, right.
Mm. Yeah, it's
So
very
yeah,
nice. Next to the beach.
yeah, that's true. I can see people surfing just from the window.
Yeah, yeah. So you're staying there now?
Yes, I'm staying here in St. Andrews for 2 years as a non-graduate student, as a visitor. So I think it was Jill Browlick and other colleagues who organized our transfer, me and one more colleague, as a student of Pavel. So after when full-scale invasion started, they invited us as visiting scholars and give possibility just to finish research. So I'm finishing now, finally. I can't believe we're here
Very
at this
nice.
point.
Yeah, yeah. But you are alone in the room now?
Yeah, I've booked it for 4 hours.
Okay.
But I hope that it will take less time, honestly. But we'll see.
We'll see, yeah. Yeah.
But I think usually defense in Ukraine lasts from 2 to 3 hours. It depends on the number of questions, I think. And it's first time we are doing defense in English. And also, I think there will be some parts which should be announced in Ukrainian. But yeah, you received all the documents, so you will be aware about what's going on. But for the records for our ministry, we need to do them in Ukrainian, so it can also take a little bit more time.
Right.
But we'll see. So it's the first time for all of us, probably.
All right. Exciting.
I believe this might be the first English speaking PhD defense in biology in Ukraine. A kind of a historical event.
We are making history.
Yeah. Ukraine making history every day now. Oh, Andy, hello.
Hi, Julia. Nice to see you. Hi, Jonas.
Nice to see you.
Hi, Andy.
Всім доброго дня, хто приєднався.
Hi, everybody. Nice to see everybody online. Everybody in a good mood. Nice. Hello. We still wait for the participation of our reviewers, right?
Yep. Okay. Dr. Yulia Kutsakonin, Dr. Oksana Nekrasova.
I don't see them among the participants, so we are waiting. We are still waiting for them, right? Oh yeah, I can see Oksana connecting.
Yulia is connecting right now. Oksana connected and Yulia is connecting too.
Okay, I can see Yulia, right? And Oksana. Okay, I can see you and you hear us, yeah? Oksana?
Yes.
Okay. Oksana, do you hear us? Do you see us?
Yes, I hear.
Всі члени ради на місці.
Окей.
Зараз підключаю, хвилиночку. Можемо починати.
Okay. Dear members of the Ad Hoc Specialized Scientific Council, dear guests, we meet today as an international team of the one-time Ad Hoc Specialized Scientific Council, serving as a doctoral committee, and I, Alex Gumovsky, am acting as a chairman of the council. With the purpose to make our meeting accessible simultaneously for Ukrainian and English-speaking participants, I will switch from Ukrainian to English and back, if you don't mind. First of all, I would like to introduce, in both languages, the members of our doctoral committee. Chairman of the doctoral committee, Professor Alex Gumovsky, it's me. Голова Ради Гумовський Олексій Васильович, доктор біологічних наук, професор, член-кореспондент Національної академії наук України, завідувач відділу систематики ентомофагів та екологічних основ біометоду Інституту зоології імені Івана Івановича Шмальгаузена Національної академії наук України. Members of the doctoral committee. First, reviewer, Dr. Yulia Kutsakon. Yulia?
It's me.
Рецензент Кузаконь Юлія Костянтинівна, кандидат біологічних наук, старший дослідник, завідувач відділу фауни та систематики хребетних Інституту зоології імені Івана Івановича Шмальгаузена НАН України. Юлія, бачу, ви на місці. The second reviewer, Dr. Oksana Nekrasova. Oksana, raise your hand. Yeah, hi. Рецензент Некрасова Оксана Дмитрівна, кандидат біологічних наук, старший науковий співробітник, провідний науковий співробітник відділу моніторингу та охорони тваринного світу Інституту зоології імені Івана Івановича Шмальгаузена Національної академії наук України. Радий вітати, Оксана. Opponent, Dr. Andrew Justin Reed, Duke University, United States.
Hello.
Hi, Andy. Nice to see you here, and thank you for your time. Опонент доктор Ендрю Джастін Рід, доктор філософії з біології, професор морської біології з почесною відзнакою імені Стівена Тотта, факультет екології імені Ніколаса, університет Дюка, Сполучені Штати Америки. Опонент Йонас Стайлмен. Йонас?
Yeah, thank you for the invitation, for being part of this.
Yeah, thank you very much for your time and your participation. Опонент доктор Йона Стайлмен, доктор філософії в галузі біології, професор секції морських савців, кафедри біологічних наук Орхуського університету, Данія. Thank you all for your time and readiness to participate. Now I will declare some basic required statements in Ukraine before we proceed with our defense. In Ukrainian now. Згідно з даними реєстраційної картки присутності, на засіданні присутні усі 5 членів разової ради. Враховуючи повну присутність, кворум є, і ми можемо починати наше засідання. Відповідно до порядку присудження ступеня доктора філософії та скасування рішення разової спеціалізованої вченої ради закладу вищої освіти, наукової установи про присудження ступеня доктора філософії, затвердженого постановою Кабінету міністрів України номер 44 від 12 січня 2022 року із змінами, внесеними згідно з постановою номер 341, постановою Кабінету міністрів номер 341 від 21 березня 2022 року та номер 502 від 19 травня 2023 року. Утворена разова спеціалізована вчена рада Інституту зоології імені Івана Івановича Шмальгаузена НАН України з правом прийняття до розгляду та проведення разового захисту дисертації Іванчикової Юлії Федорівни на тему «Морська свиня, фоцена релікта в Чорному морі. Сезонно-добові ритми активності, біотопичний розподіл і охорона» на здобуття ступеня доктора філософії з галузі знань 09 біологія за спеціальністю 091 біологія. Склад разової спеціалізованої вченої ради затверджено наказом Інституту зоології імені Івана Івановича Шмальгаузена Національної академії наук України номер 7 від 4 березня 2024 року. На підставі рішення вченої ради інституту протокол номер 3 від 27 лютого 2024 року. Публічний захист дисертації проводиться на засіданні разової ради за допомогою засобів відеозв'язку у режимі реального часу, а також відбувається онлайн-трансляція. So we are back to English, and we can consider and conduct the defense of the thesis of Yulia Ivanchikova with the topic Harbor Purpose Phocena relicta in the Black Sea, Spatio-temporal activity patterns, habitat use and conservation. For the degree of Doctor of Philosophy in the field of knowledge 9, Biology, specialty 91 Biology. The public defense of the thesis will held at meeting of the doctoral committee using video conferencing in real time and will also be broadcasted online. So according to the attendance of registration card, registration card, all 5 members of the doctoral committee are present at the meeting, as we could see it. Given the full attendance, there is a quorum and we can start the meeting. Colleagues, no objections or comments? Okay, if there is no, then I declare the meeting of our doctoral committee open. And in Ukrainian, засідання разової спеціалізованої вченої ради оголошую відкритим. We have to agree on the language we are going to use. We started with combining English and Ukrainian, but now we have to make it formal. Also in Ukraine, необхідно погодити мову, якою буде здійснюватися захист дисертації. Пані Юлія, ваші побажання щодо мови захисту. So, Юлія, what you prefer, what kind of language you prefer for your PhD defense?
Я б хотіла проводити захист англійською мовою і англійською. So, in English, I'd like to hold this defense in English.
Upon the agreement with an applicant, the defense will be conducted in English. За погодженням з здобувачем, захист буде відбуватися англійською мовою. So, we will conduct our PhD defense in English, but nevertheless, I have to declare some very formal data about the applicant and the documents submitted by her beforehand in Ukrainian now. And then we switch to English continuously. Дозвольте довести до наукової спільноти дані про здобувача. Іванчикова Юлія Федорівна народилася 5 грудня 1992 року в місті Симферополі, Автономна Республіка Крим, Україна. З 2009 по 2016 роки проходила навчання в Національному університеті Києво-Могилянська академія. Отримала диплом магістра екології та охорони навколишнього середовища. До аспірантури була зарахована у відділ еволюційної морфології Інституту зоології імені Івана Івановича Шмальгаузена НАН України, навчання в якій успішно закінчила. Освітньо-наукову програму підготовки здобувачів 3-го освітньо-наукового рівня вищої освіти спеціальності 091 біологія успішно виконала. З 2020 по 2021 роки приймала участь у сезонній морській експедиції 25-ї української антарктичної експедиції. Протягом 2021 року була головою міжнародного проєкту пасивного акустичного моніторингу китоподібних в Чорному морі Black Sea Trends. Також брала участь в інших проєктах та експедиціях, присвячених вивченню китоподібних у Чорному морі Емблас та Ценобіас. З 2022 року по сьогоднішній день проходить стажування в Sea Mammal Research Unit University of St. Andrews, Scotland, UK, в Великобританії, Шотландія. Тема дисертації «Морська свиня, фоцена релікта в Чорному морі, сезонно-добові ритми активності, біотопічний розподіл і охорона» затверджена вченою радою Інституту зоології імені Івана Івановича Шмальгаузена Національної академії наук України від 28 січня 2020 року, протокол номер 1 зі змінами, протокол номер 2 від 30 січня 2024 року. Матеріали дисертації опубліковано в 4 наукових працях, що опубліковано у журналах, які включено до міжнародних та державних наукометричних баз даних, Web of Science Core Collection та Scopus, а також 7 тезах доповідей на науково-практичних конференціях, 5 із яких міжнародні. 12 лютого 2024 року, протокол номер 3, на розширеному засіданні відділу еволюційної морфології Інституту зоології імені Івана Івановича Шмальгаузена НАН України, дисертацію Іванчикової Юлії Федорівни «Морська свиня, фоцена релікта в Чорному морі, сезонно-добові ритми активності, біотопічний розподіл та охорона» в англійській версії harbor purpose Phocena relicta in the Black Sea, spatio-temporal activity pattern, habitat use and conservation, було рекомендовано до захисту. 27 лютого 2024 року вченою радою Інституту зоології імені Шмальгаузена НАН України ухвалено рішення про утворення разової спеціалізованої вченої ради Інституту зоології з правом прийняття до розгляду та проведення разового захисту дисертації Іванчикової Юлії Федорівни на здобуття ступеня доктора філософії в галузі знань 09 біологія за спеціальністю 091 біологія. Наказом Інституту зоології імені Івана Івановича Шмальгаузена НАН України від 4 березня 2024 року, номер 7, утворено разову спеціалізовану вчену раду з правом прийняття до розгляду та проведення разового захисту дисертації Іванчикової Юлії Федорівни на здобуття ступеня доктора філософії з галузі знань 09 біологію за спеціальністю 091 біологія. 4 березня 2024 року інформацію про утворення разової спеціалізованої вченої ради внесено до інформаційної системи. Рецензії від рецензентів, відгуки від опонентів надійшли вчасно та зареєстровані в науковій частині інституту 2 квітня 2024 року. Таким чином, подані дисертантом до разової спеціалізованої вченої ради документи надійшли в повному обсязі та відповідають встановленим вимогам порядку присудження ступеня доктору філософії. So we are back to English again after I declared just some formal documents which are necessary for to start our meeting and for submission of the doctoral thesis. We are back to English, and we can conclude that all the documents submitted by the applicant to the doctoral committee have been received in full and meet the established requirements of the procedure for awarding the degree of Doctor of Philosophy. So now floor is given to the applicant, Yulia Ivanchikova, to present the main points of her dissertation, of her thesis. Please, you have about 20 minutes to present, 20 minutes. Please share your screen. I can see you have shared it. And yeah, please, Yulia, start. Thank you.
Thank you. So, dear colleagues, let me present you the results of my dissertation on the topic harbor purpose Phocena relicta in the Black Sea, spatio-temporal activity patterns, habitat use, conservation. Increasing knowledge about ecology of the species can enhance the effectiveness of conservation policies. Understanding regional distribution, spatio-temporal activity patterns, and habitat use of harbor purpose in the Black Sea could provide valuable insights to develop conservation measures aimed to minimize human impact on this population. The cryptic behavior of harbor purpose led to the development of acoustic methodologies for studying these smaller located cetaceans, and static acoustic monitoring was used for the first time in the Black Sea and has been found to be a valuable and low-cost method for researching the ecology of harbor purpose. The aim of this work was to uncover spatio-temporal patterns of activity and assess habitat use of the harbor purpose in the Black Sea. And for achieving the aim, the following objectives were formulated. To validate the static passive acoustic monitoring methodology used to investigate the ecology of harbor purpose in the Black Sea, to describe and compare regional, seasonal, and deal patterns of harbor purpose acoustic activity at the whole Black Sea basin scale, to investigate the effect of environmental factors on seasonal and deal patterns of harbor purpose acoustic activity in the northwestern part of the Black Sea. And the object of the study was Black Sea harbor purpose Phocena relicta. And the subject of the study were the spatio-temporal patterns of acoustic activity of the harbor purpose in the Black Sea. So the Black Sea harbor purpose Phocena relicta is the subspecies of the Odontoceti cetacean Phocena. Subspecies is recognized as endangered by the IUCN and is threatened by pollution, noise, depletion of feeding bays, and a massive bycatch, around 11,000–16,000 individuals per year. The results of the bycatch study and the latest abundance estimates were published by a collective of authors, including me, last year in Frontiers in Marine Science Journal. Background. So, harbor porpoises in the world are living only in the Northern Hemisphere, at the North Atlantic, North Pacific, and the Black Sea. They populate a wide range of habitats, from the Arctic waters of the north of Norway to the tropic waters of Mauritania and Senegal in West Africa. Somewhere, for example, in Greenland, they demonstrate seasonal migrations, and somewhere, as in Denmark, they prefer to stay in the same area, relatively. Harbor porpoises don't live in the Mediterranean Sea, so the population of harbor porpoise in the Black Sea and adjacent waters has no connections with the North Atlantic one. Responses of harbor porpoises to the environment are complex, highly variable, and not easy to predict. Understanding of distribution of harbor porpoises in the Black Sea changed during last decades. Data from Soviet Union aerial surveys of 1970s, 80s allocated biggest groups of harbor porpoises in May, November, mostly in northeastern part of the Black Sea, near coast of Crimean Peninsula and near the Kerch Strait. Aerial survey SYNOPS in 2019 demonstrated the greatest aggregations of harbor porpoises in western Black Sea near Bulgarian and Romanian waters. Migrations of harbor porpoises from the northeastern part of the Black Sea to the Sea of Azov through the Kerch Strait, from northeastern part of the Black Sea to the Sea of Azov through the Kerch Strait in spring and back in autumn seems to be the most well-established knowledge about movements of harbor porpoises in the Black Sea. Starting from the first probable mention of cetaceans in the Black Sea, note about mass movements of pod dolphins through the Kerch Strait by Hablitzel in 1778, following with historical work of Tsalkin in 1938, Kleinenberg 1957, and later Birkun, Bushuev, Goldin, Vishnyakova. Mikhailov hypothesized that in the Black Sea, that this Black Sea to Azov Sea migration stimulates the movement of other subpopulation. So that some southeastern subpopulation of porpoises moving to the northeast of the Black Sea, western population moving to the south, and northwestern subpopulation moving to the west. According to Mikhailov and Birkun, presence of harbor porpoises in the northwestern part of the Black Sea was highly seasonal, but at the same time, they admitted the presence of small portion of porpoises in the Karkinid Gulf here throughout the whole year. The harbor porpoise is an opportunistic predator at the upper trophic level, primarily feeding on pelagic and benthic fish. As far as I was trying to interpret seasonal and ideal patterns of activity of porpoises in the context of prey movement, it's important to say a few words about the prey. On this slide, you can see the scheme of European anchovy seasonal migration. So anchovy is one of the most abundant fish species in the Black Sea. The seasonal migration of anchovy starts in spring, and fish migrates from the wintering grounds, which are on the southeastern part of the Black Sea. At spring, they start to migrate to the shallow shelf of northwestern part of the Black Sea for spawning. After that, during autumn, they migrate back to the wintering ground in southeast. The diet of harbor porpoises differs seasonally and regionally. Historically, benthic fish predominated in the summer and winter diet of harbor porpoises in the Sea of Azov, but European anchovy prevailed in the stomach content during seasonal migrations of harbor porpoise. More recently, European sprat was found to be the main species in the warm season diet of porpoises in the southwestern and northern Black Sea. Also, whiting and horse mackerel have been recorded as an important part of the diet. So harbor porpoises use echolocation for navigation, feeding, and communication. These marine mammals emit a series of short ultrasounds known as clicks. By analyzing the echoes received from these clicks, they estimate distance to the seafloor, prey, or other individuals. Harbor porpoises produce narrow-band high-frequency clicks in the range of 110 to 150 kilohertz, making the signals very distinct from the broadband signals of other delphinids. From whom in the Black Sea we have only common dolphin and bottlenose dolphin. These distinct features enable us to employ the static passive acoustic monitoring technique for our investigation. Static acoustic monitoring dataset used for this study comes from the Black Sea Cetacean Trends International Project, BlackCet Trends. I was working as a chairman of this project for 1 year and going on working as a manager and data holder for this project. More than 1,500,000 of hours were recorded at 19 stations located along the coast of 5 countries at the Black Sea during 2020 up to 2022. The Ukrainian dataset was collected by me and totaled in a little bit more than 34,000 hours of recordings collected from 5 locations along the Ukrainian Black Sea coastline from September 12th to 12th of 2022 to 12th of February from 12th of September 2020 to 12th of February 2022. All files were processed, validated, and analyzed. For our project, we used FPODs. FPODs is a passive acoustic monitoring instrument which detects authenticity echolocation. Detection range of the FPOD for purposes is up to 400 meters, as claimed by the manufacturer, and it is equipped with omnidirectional hydrophone, which records frequency ranged from 20 kilohertz up to 160 kilohertz. It records summarized time domain features of the selected clicks, and then clicks were extracted by custom software and classified by built-in Kernel F classifier. The main index which FPOD gave us were detection positive minutes, so which is basically 1 minute in which at least one click train of purpose was recorded is a detection positive minute. The map of the FPODs, FPOD locations around the Black Sea and together with bathymetry. Here I wanted to demonstrate how unevenly shelf is distributed in the Black Sea, with the main part of it being on the northwestern part of the Black Sea. So most shelf is mostly located in the northwestern part of the Black Sea. More than 1,300,000 detection positive minutes from harbor purposes were collected during the whole period. They were spread unevenly between all 19 locations, and on this slide you can see detection positive minutes per day, averaged by months and divided into 3 regions of the Black Sea. Then we used generalized additive models to analyze our data. The number of detection positive minutes per hour was used as a response variable. The most appropriate regions within the Black Sea were divided by comparing models based on geographical partitioning and connectivity features. And the months, hour, location were used as the factors in the first stage of modeling, and correlated environmental covariates were eliminated from the second stage of modeling. And we used Akaike information criterion, AIC, for model selection. But first of all, before that, we validated all our data in order to find out potential false positive signals and estimate the relevance of the data for achieving our goals. 16,805 DPMs, half from porpoises, half from dolphins, were checked manually, and the error rate for porpoises was less than 0.01%. Error rate for dolphins was 0.97%, and those error rates allow us to use the data without editing, because we thought that they're quite small. As for this type of analysis, which we plan to perform. And also we analyzed main sources of errors and estimated their error rates. So the main source of errors for harbor porpoises were both sonars, and the main source of error for dolphins were porpoises. But still, even those error rates were for the both sources were less than 1%. So probably this information could be useful for other projects employing FPODs in the Black Sea. And the results of this work was published in the +1 journal last year. On slide here, you can see the example of sonar being classified with classifier as harbor purpose, but it's actually a sonar. So such kind of errors I was trying to find out, validating the 16,000 deviance. And what we found out: strong seasonal and DL patterns in acoustic activity of harbor porpoises in the Black Sea were found, which varied from region to region. The results of the study were consistent with the prey being the important driver of seasonal and DL dynamics of harbor porpoise acoustic activity. The result of first round of modeling deliver us a division on 3 main subregions within the whole Black Sea: southeastern, western, and northwestern. In the southeastern area, specifically in Georgia and Turkey, porpoises were mostly active from December to May, with a peak in May, and the best model explains 36% of deviances in the data. In a contrast, porpoises in Ukrainian waters of the northwestern part of the Black Sea showed completely different seasonal pattern. In this region, activity occurs mostly from April to October, and the best covering the warm time of the year, while during the winter porpoises were only sporadically recorded. And the best model explained the 25.4% of deviances. In the western part of the Black Sea, encompassing Bulgarian and Romanian coast, bimodal pattern was observed, or bimodal pattern of seasonal acoustic activity, characterized by strong peak during April-May and lower peak during October. And the best model explained 12.7% of deviances in the data, which suggests us transition between the two more extreme patterns observed in the seasonally contrasting southeastern and northwestern parts of the Black Sea. Southeastern pattern agrees with the seasonal anchovy migration from the wintering grounds in the warmer waters of southeast to feeding grounds and productive shelf on northwest. Northwestern pattern could also mirror the anchovy migrations to the shelf in the warmer parts of the year. Western bimodal seasonal pattern could be the result of seasonal migration of harbor porpoise from southeast to the northwest through the west, if it exists, and also could be driven. Another peak is moving of those animals backwards, but it also could be caused with other factors and driven by presence of other prey species such as whiting and horse mackerel, or any other different factors. For the western side, for Romanian and Bulgarian waters, where recently was observed the highest level of bycatch in the Black Sea, seasonal patterns of presence of porpoises could be really important. For example, actual ban on two-bird gillnet fishery operates now strictly from 15th of April till 15th of June, as you can see. And as we can see from our models, presence of porpoises in the western side of the Black Sea is the highest already in April, and then the next peak is starts from August and running to October. So considering seasonal pattern of harbor porpoise acoustic activity could be crucial for planning bycatch mitigation actions. For example, using the policy of annual ban on two-bird gillnet catching and starting it at least from 1st of April to give them more time, or it could be built up dynamically. So, DL patterns revealed mostly nocturnal activity of harbor porpoises in the southeastern and western regions, in a contrast to the northwestern area, where acoustic activity was recorded mostly during the day. Strong nocturnal activity, which was shown on the southeast and west, is consistent with the anchovy vertical migration. In winter, anchovies aggregate in dense groups and undergo vertical migration within the water column to feed on plankton above the thermocline. However, the mostly daily activity of harbor porpoises in the northwestern region showed two distinct peaks, which could be associated with the time before sunrise, 5 o'clock, and before the sundown, 18 o'clock. Connection of harbor porpoise activity with twilight and dusk was found in several previous works. And generally, the pattern of mostly daily activity of harbor porpoises differs from western and southeastern Black Sea regions, but also slightly contradicts with other areas around the world. This pattern could be similar to the vertical migration of Sprat. The results of this research has been accepted with minor revisions in the Ecology and Evolution journal. In those models, we used location as a factor, but location is not quantitative factor, so it does not describe the difference between locations. That's why my next task was to eliminate location as a factor from analysis from the model and try to add real environmental covariates on taking into account northwestern part of the Black Sea. So locations of the F pods in the northwestern part of the Black Sea. This is a map of those locations. We were trying to locate F pods in different types of sites to compare them. So that was the idea. For example, the logger near Kinbush Spit over here was placed in more open water, while the next logger was placed in waters enclosed by Tendra Gulf. Tendra Spit, or it's a sandy bar or an island. So also one logger was located near Jarugach Bay inside of it, and other on the marine side. So yeah, the idea was to try to compare and to see if there are some difference in using these places by harbor porpoises. So this is a distribution of 34,000 detection positive minutes produced by porpoises in Ukrainian waters. And the results. The main covariates influencing harbor porpoise acoustic activity in the northwestern part of the Black Sea were months and temperature. Other candidate covariates, such as detection positive minutes of dolphin presence, distance to the 20-meter depth contour, our type of seabed, and moon phase, were found significant because they were improving AIC of the final model and gave clear responsive signals. The final model described 26.8% of deviances, which is already slightly higher than our previous model for the region with location as a factor, which was 25.4%. We talked already about months and hour. So here I'd like to comment shortly on types of seabed, that we have 3 types of sediments on our locations, which were fine sand, transitional complex of sand and mud, and the power of the effect of the seabed in the model was negative in this transitional sand and mud type, which means that porpoises prefer fine sand or clear mud rather than this transitional sand and mud type. And fine sands in the Black Sea are associated with the main species of Bivalvia Camellia gallina, which could be highly populated with macrozoobenthos, which is interesting for some goby species. And gobies used to be an important part of porpoise diet historically. So water temperature is often used as a proxy for prey presence. This temperature chart demonstrates a strong negative presence, or let's say absence of animals in the northwestern Black Sea waters when the temperature was below 6 degrees. After reaching this point, presence of animals remains stably positive. So 6 degrees were also named as a limiting factor for anchovy presence. So the result of this temperature modeling also consistent with the anchovy migration and its possible influence on seasonal presence of porpoises in this region. Detection positive minutes of dolphins showed a direct negative connection with number of porpoise VPMs. There were no recorded evidence yet of direct aggressive behavior between station species in the Black Sea, in a contrast with Scotland, for example, where cases of porpicide are regular and well documented. But this strong negative correlation is consistent with the result of our previous work, where it was clearly demonstrated that harbor porpoises were avoiding common dolphins in Krikorovsky estuary. Also, there are new messages about stranding of porpoises in Georgia with tooth marks, which reminds common dolphins. But this work needs much more work, let's say, working in progress, of course. And moon phases and moon illumination both were explored numerous times as a factor possibly influencing harbor porpoises. Lunar cycles are usually related to the tidal activity, and the connection of harbor porpoise presence and tides were found in places with clearly expressed tidal activity, like Bay of Fundy in Canada. It would be not unreasonably to suggest that absence of tidal activity, as it is in the Black Sea, may lead to absence of influence of lunar cycles on harbor porpoises. In our work, we found that moon illumination was not influencing harbor porpoises, but moon phases were, which means for me only that it's probably not the amount of light which is important for harbor porpoises, but it could be also other factors, such as haze of the moon above the horizons and distance from Earth, etc. So, for the main conclusions are that we validated all the data and found error rates, which allowed us to use the data without editing. 3 main types of regional seasonality were found in the Black Sea. 2 main types of DL patterns were found, and seasonal DL patterns were consistent with the idea that prey could be the main driver for them. Month and temperature were found to be the most important factors influencing harbor porpoise activity in the northwestern part of the Black Sea. And the knowledge of seasonal and DL patterns could be useful to inform conservation aimed to mitigate bycatch levels in the Black Sea. So, yes, thank you. I've finished, and I have slides with publications where those results were already published, and some list of conference papers where they were reported. Before that. And I'd like to acknowledge all those people whom you can see on the slide, whose names you can see here. They all take part in collecting data or helping with the work. And the special words of gratitude to Professor Philip Stephen Hammond, who was co-supervising this work, and also the Armed Forces of Ukraine. Thank you.
And thank you, Yulia. The report is finished. So let's move to the questions to the applicant. I remind you that the question can be asked orally or by writing in the chat. And so, dear members of the committee and those present, I would like us also ask you to introduce yourself when you state questions, so we know who asks. And yep. So please, are there any questions to the applicant? Everybody who is present online, all our guests are also welcome to ask questions. Okay, if everybody thinks who will be first, I will be first then, and it will give you a time to think what to ask. So, Yulia, you listed many interesting factors which can influence the spatio-temporal distribution of your research object of the purpose. And when you demonstrated its distribution, you can probably go back just to one of the first slides, the world distribution of it. Still up. I think it.
Well, the distribution of porpoises.
Yeah, 5. Yeah, the slide 5. From here on, we can see that it's distributed only in the northern hemisphere, and like the equator is the forbidden line, the red line. Yeah, it doesn't go farther south. And you listed many factors like density and distribution of gobies, for example, or moon phases. Are there any information what limitates distribution of this animal, or maybe you can conclude from your own data what kind of key factor or the combination of the factors prevents this animal from going down? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. It's a good one. I was thinking a lot about this question too. But for me, answer which I found it is that that there are other species who are kind of representing the same niche which Harbor-Porpoise phasana keeps in the northern hemisphere, but they are doing that in southern hemisphere. So it's like historically evolutionary happened. So I don't think that there is some limitations. That there are limitations now for that.
Okay, then I will continue. So does it mean that the porpoise is a poor competitor or good competitor? So it means that nobody wants to go north, so it located on the north hemisphere, or otherwise it keeps the north hemisphere for itself and doesn't allow any other dolphins or cetaceans going north.
Yeah, that's a good question. For me, it doesn't seem that they are fighting. Let's say, yeah, probably the world is still quite big, so they are. I think Harbor-Porpoises they are good enough. They are good enough competitors, but other species like who were developing convergently. They are also not bad. At least probably from abundance, we can say that number of Harbor-Porpoise probably Harbor-Porpoise is the most popular from phasanids, from phasana species, from the family. So they should be good competitors to be on this place. My mind.
Okay, good, thanks. We have a question in chat. Yulia, do you see it yourself, or I have to read it?
No, unfortunately I don't see it myself, but
okay, I will read the question and then we follow to Jonas and then Andy. The question was from Oleg Feya, and it sounds like it was stated that if that FPOD observations were finished in October 2022, but from March 22, most of places with FPODs were occupied by Russian army. This October 22 term stands for Odessa FPOD, or you could collect the data in some way?
Yeah, thank you for the question. That's a good one. Thank you for noticing that we were collecting data, or that it was noted that data was collected till the 12th of February 2022. Yes, it's true. Our locations, Ukrainian 5 locations are not available for us in a moment, but one of the instruments, one of the FPODs, which was located in Odessa, it was unmoored somehow from its place of deployment, and the Ukrainian army found it on the shore and transferred to our institute in Odessa. So we received 3 more months of the data from it, which was quite nice. So I'm really grateful to them for that. Thank you.
So it was lucky situation, yeah?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. So, Jonas, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Julia, for a very impressive and very nice thesis, but also a very nice presentation here. I have a few questions about the study design and the instrument that you use, the FPOD. So first, I can't remember if you said in the text, but can you give us an idea about the range of the listening range of each instrument, the FPOD? How far away can they hear the animals?
So as far as I know, how it's claimed by manufacturer of those pods, that the range of FPOD is for purposes is up to 400 meters. It's what I know.
Yeah. So so I'm just wondering the study design when we look at the Black Sea is a huge area.
Yes.
And you had one of your first slides where you see the distribution of animals from some surveys, both in the Soviet time and also some later surveys. Yeah, this map here.
Yeah.
So if we just look at these two maps here, and then your stations, how representative do you think they are for the Black Sea?
Thank you for the question. That's a really good one. Yes, if we will compare, even for example, so this both maps, this data in like occurrence of harbor purposes in the Black Sea. So this is from 70s, 80s, and this one from 2019. But they were, we can say, of course, that they were collected like with the same methodology. Of course not, but they are both from aerial surveys. Let's say so. Yeah, at least we can kind of look at them together. And we can see that the distribution of, and they are probably, both of them are relevant for summer distribution of harbor porpoises in the Black Sea. And we can see that harbor porpoises, they are distributed somewhere and quite often in the like deeper parts of the Black Sea too. So then I can show you the map of our locations, which is kind of 19 dots on the map. And the Black Sea is really huge, that's true, I can agree on that. And each location is just an FPOD with a range of detections of 400 meters. So probably this red dot on the map is how it's painted is bigger than the range of the FPOD, how it was in reality. But that was a point of probably modeling, which show us some likeliness between those locations. So that's why we came up like with 3 different regions and build up all the seasonal models, because loggers were showing us some like similar results in activity of harbor porpoises. So if you're asking me if do I think how representative are our data, I think it's quite representative. It's already more than we know before that. So we'd like to know more, and it could be nice probably for us also. Everyone can notice from the first view from this map that all those points are quite inshore, so they're coastal. So we don't have any data like really from like different depths to compare them somehow. So the question is like, what we do really know? But then I think models answering this question that we don't know, we definitely don't know everything, but something more we know. And exactly about where, so my question is maybe, or I was trying to answer the question, where and when porpoises probably are.
Yeah. No, I think you're absolutely right, and this is an extremely nice study of a huge spread, and these are giving a lot of new information about the Black Sea. But on the other hand, it's very important to notice the limitation of the study, and that this is mostly coastal stations, due probably, I guess, to logistic reasons. It's much more difficult to put stations offshore, and especially in this very deep region. But this is something that needs to be highlighted also. That your findings are there are some assumptions, and your models show some to generalize, but also it has some limitations to extrapolating outside the region, the depths that you're actually studying. But I think it shows some really nice and promising results, and hopefully in the future there could be stations also in the deeper part of the Black Sea.
Yeah, thank you very much. We are working on that, and I can agree that you always have some limitation for every methodology, and environment is quite hard, I think, in the Black Sea, especially in a moment. But once again, like from the point of modeling, we have those results. Oh no. I'm sorry. I have some technical problems.
That's okay. Maybe I could
I can hear you. Okay, yeah, I see. It's just my screen is not working. So what I was trying to say is that you always have some limitations, and of course we are not making strong inferences from results or from the data. But in my work, I'm just trying to say that these models which we built, they are not contradicting to, for example, to our knowledge about fish migrations, which basically the prey for porpoises, or could be. So, you know, like for the moment on the Black Sea, we have more questions than answers, but probably that's why we are doing that. We are trying to find out. So, yeah.
Yeah, and your data shows some very nice patterns that looks convincing. It's not just random patterns and so on. So I think you definitely have some really interesting things that are true. But can you say briefly what the advantage of these acoustic methods are compared to visual surveys or aerial surveys like on the other slide? I mean, what are the differences, pros and cons of the two methods?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So of course, it's let's say two different schools of studying cetaceans, and you can write a book about that. But of course, like what I can tell from my place, it's that for estimating abundance of the population, really to do that, you want to employ aerial surveys and with the loops, and make them like but like wide scale, and on the scale of the whole basin preferably, and it could be quite expensive, and it's probably sometimes hard to organize from the point of logistics. And for example, we know amazing examples like scans, which were held 3 times already, but it's just quite complicated. But then you can have quite good results in estimating abundance, for example, which we still should do for the Black Sea, again at least. But these aerial surveys, they are giving you like a photo of what's going on, like right here, right now. For example, this distribution, which we can see from Synops, this map on the right, for example, it's from surveys which were held during July in 2019. So then to answer questions which I was asking about, not only about some moment in time, but in some dynamics, it's impossible to have surveys every day or every month even. I mean, maybe it's possible, but not right now. So then you can employ acoustic methods and as a static acoustic monitoring, and it could be cheaper. And yeah, so there are some advantages in each methodology. But I think we will come up sometime once with some like really working model where we can put together both of them, both methodologies, and yeah, but we'll see. Thank you.
I guess also day and night you have an advantage with your system, right?
Yeah, that's true. Thank you. Thank you for helping me. So, for example, if we see here that quite often activity of corpuses could be more active like during the night. So yeah, we can find out it's only with acoustics, let's say, so far, or for now, probably. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Jonas. Thank you, Julia. And Andy, please ask your question.
Thank you. And Julia, like Jonas, I want to congratulate you on producing an excellent dissertation, a really nice, clear presentation. It's been fun to see these results. Jonas took the question I was going to ask about the coastal distribution of the FPODs, but the second one I have pertains to some of the environmental covariates, which I thought you did a nice job of modeling. The one that really interests me is the one on the top left there, the detection positive minutes for dolphins. And you know, this is a really unusual case in which the distribution of one species, bottlenose dolphins, may influence the distribution of a second species because of aggressive interactions, as you know. And I know that there was a recent technical commentary on the way that the classifier operates for those two species by Cosentino et al. And I just wonder whether you'd like to comment on that, because I'm interested to hear your response to that. I've read the Cosentino paper. I'm interested to see what you think about that and whether you think that this conclusion still holds, because I think it's a really interesting one.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you very much for your comment and that you flagged this exactly this model and that it also was picked by this new work by Cosentino, where they kind of run classifier differently and receive different results. And of course, I received questions on that from Jonas also, and I can comment more extensively on them in answering the questions. But generally speaking, what I'd like to say here is that those results which we are showing, which were demonstrated here in the model, so it was GAN, but it looks like a linear regression basically. So which is saying that when we have the more detection positive minutes of dolphins we have, the less we have detection positive minutes of porpoises. And I think we should treat cautiously those results and check them in like different ways, maybe even employing methods which Cosentino proposed, and then compare them and to see if this other approach will give us other results. So for the moment, before making this, before remodeling results, we can't really say if the model will look differently or not. But what I'd like to emphasize is that those results, they are not contradicting for other work which was done on the Black Sea before. It was actually my master's thesis. It was published in 2016, where it was done with visual surveys and visual observations and photo identification of a residential group of common dolphins visiting Hrikhoryvsky estuary. It's one of the estuaries on the Black Sea, which is already quite unusual as behavior for common dolphins generally, but then it was proved by photoidentification studies and the year of visual observations that it was the same group of dolphins, and that they demonstrated the same negative, no, maybe not directly or not, of course, not directly aggressive or not avoidant type of behavior, but what we've observed that when common dolphins were in estuary, we never saw harbor porpoises around, but sometimes when they left and go away, harbor porpoises were coming to the estuary, and then they were visiting it before common dolphins arrived at the beginning of the warm season, and then after that. So we showed that in our research. So those results are consistent one with another so far. But also I mentioned that strandings in Georgia were found of harbor porpoises with scratches from what they suppose are the tooth of common dolphins. But of course, it's all not. It's not evidence yet. So I think this work is just in progress so far. So it just needs more investigation. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. I have one quick follow-up, and that's just a broader question: whether you think that those types of interactions with delphinids, and I'm thinking particularly bottlenose dolphins, but it could also be common dolphins, whether you believe that, and it's not a right or wrong, I'm just interested in your opinion, that those could have significant effects on structuring the distribution of harbor porpoises more broadly in their range in the Northern Hemisphere.
Yeah, thank you for the question. That's really nice one, because I was thinking, of course, about that, because from the other hand, we have also evidence of harbor porpoise traveling together with common dolphin during migration through the Istanbul Strait near Istanbul. Basically, so one harbor porpoise in a group of common dolphins without showing any aggressive behavior. So I think personally now I can speculate. If I can speculate on that, I would like to say that it could, for me, it's also connected with a prey, and I think that in times and places, for example, as let's say February near Georgia, where will be big schools of anchovy will be making dense aggregation and staying together. So that look for me as attractive place both for common dolphins and porpoises, or for bottlenose dolphins too. So at such places they could interact aggressively as a competing species, individuals, and of course dolphins. Black Sea animals, cetaceans, they are smaller as other representatives of other species of the same species, so they are separate subspecies and they are smaller, but still dolphins are bigger than porpoises in the Black Sea. So I would be not surprised if they behave aggressively. But then in other times and space and seasons or other aims in porpoises, for example, as migrations through the narrow straits, they could just go together and not be competitive one to another. So it's my opinion that this is also driven by prey, let's say.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Andy, for your questions, and thank you, Yulia, for the replies. Oksana, I presume, yeah, you wanted to ask the question, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you for the interesting presentation. And my question about this method. Is it easy identification different species use this method, and your experience, and maybe what else would you like to use for monitoring, and what will be your plans after the MER? Maybe continue this monitoring.
Okay, yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, let me comment a little bit on that. Maybe this slide will be helpful. So here demonstrated the types of clicks or frequencies which are employed by porpoises and by dolphins. So, and even using FPODs, which are not giving us raw data, but logging data in time series, in time domain principle, even on the FPODs, porpoises could be defined quite well from dolphins because they are making this narrow band high frequency clicks quite specific, and the delphinids employ more broadband frequencies, but they also can produce high frequency clicks which are like basically the same as harbor porpoises. So even, and what I found from validation of the data, that as porpoises, they are the main source of errors for dolphins, basically, because even classifier can define porpoises quite well, but it can make mistakes with dolphins, and of course it's not defining species of dolphins. So that's why we are saying that from our data that it's dolphins, not bottlenose dolphins or common dolphins. And for this research, the nice thing will be is just to add some full waveform recorders and to collect data about the noises, to find out what, to describe some soundscape about, to understand where those animals are living in. Probably that could be a good research for the Black Sea. I think we feel like some edge where we are already in need of that, to understand better what's going on around. Yeah, so it could be the plan for next research then.
Thank you. Another question from anybody? Are there questions? Probably when other people still think, we give the last chance, and meanwhile I will ask my question again, using the possibility. Could you please provide the comparison between the places in Romania, Agija and Mamaia, in with Odessa region in Ukraine? It looks like the area is more or less same, but I know that in at least in Romania, in this area of Agija, they meet cetaceans. At least they say that dolphins come very close to the coast for a long time. Probably it's more hot there compared to Odessa, or there are other differences. What is the difference in the abundance of cetaceans in Romania and in Odessa region? Is there a considerable difference, or it's about the same?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Speaking about abundance, maybe it will be, this map will be more useful. So Odessa region is here, and Romania is basically, this is a coastal part of Romania, so locations Agija, Mamaia, they will be somewhere over there. And for abundance, we can see clearly that, yeah, the northwestern part of the Black Sea looks poorer rather than the western part. And basically waters of Bulgaria, so they look like hotspots. That's for abundance, or for distribution, let's say. So abundance of animals is higher there, but yeah, it also depends on what scale we are looking in it, and yeah, what time of the year, because as we can see from our models, again, that, for example, they have western side, in particular Bulgaria, they have highest presence of animals in April, for example. And yeah, so if you will be holding, they know that, so they are doing surveys, for example, 2 liner transect surveys per year, doing them exactly in April and in the autumn, in September, October. But if they will trying to do that the same something in the middle of summer, they will see a very different picture. Even though the synopsis was held in July, but there's also the presence of animals was quite high. But then it's aerial surveys, and so it's quite deep already. It's far away. It's like offshore places. And then when they're doing small liner transectal boat surveys, they are also quite coastal. But for speaking about FPODs, we are not operating with abundance here at all. But from our data, I think we have more clicks in Romania in general. But then we have some losses of data in those places due to various reasons. And there could be other factors influencing, such as closeness to the big freshwater rivers, which is Danube, and it is closer to Romania, to Romanian locations of FPODs. But still, Danube will be even like closer to them, rather than Dnipro will be close to Odessa. Presence of huge port could be influencing, and some like additional factors. So which is interesting to investigate. But yeah, still from our data, what I can say is that Odessa looks poorer than Romania. Yeah, unfortunately.
Okay. Okay, understandable. And as a continuation of my question, there is a question of the guest classified here as NGR1. He asks if you could please cover what are the most important environmental factors you identify that allowed you to stratify your data into 3 different areas.
Yes. So for
main factors.
Yeah, thank you. That's a really good question because this investigating in environmental covariance, it was like the 3rd chapter of my last chapter of my thesis, and it was performed only for the northwestern region after those regions were divided, and they were divided from modeling. So they were divided not from modeling of seasonal and DL patterns including locations without employing other environmental factors, basically. Yeah, and I think it's one of the hardest parts of for understanding, or I find it quite confusing. It's hard to explain. So those regions, they were divided from modeling. So the whole data set from all 19 locations was modeled for months and hour, including locations, only those like 3 factors. And then, I mean, it was a way like of it's two different approaches to model the data which you have, going from general to details, or modeling each location and then comparing them and getting them together to something bigger from the point of similarity. But here, those regions, so models for 3 regions were working better than the same models for 1 region, for 2 regions, or like for those 3 regions, better than for other variants of regions. So that's why we came up with them, but not with the environmental factors. Yeah, but this work, what I think what I have done for the northwestern part of the Black Sea, it would be easily extended to other regions, and it of course will be interesting to see. For me, for example, very exciting to understand. So I kind of could expect that for southeastern region, temperature and months probably still will be the most important factors, because their seasonality is quite high, as you can see, even, and the percentage of deviances explained is higher than for the northwestern part. But I'm not so sure about the moon phases, for example, or seabed types. So that's exciting, and we will do that, but next time in the future work. Thank you for the question.
Yeah, thank you, Yulia. And NGR1 comments that, okay, cool. So it came down to geographic to start with. Yep. And okay, then Yulia Kutsakon, please.
I have two small questions, maybe from not maybe more general. Julia, what do you think? What is the best investigated species of cetacean in the Black Sea? Is this Phocena or another one?
That's a good question. Thank you. Before this project, I would probably answer that bottlenose dolphin should be the most well studied because there are some photo identification research performed, and also my and our colleagues were working with those animals. So yeah, that's kind of philosophical question. So then we have, so Alena Gladilina was performing photo identification studies a lot for them. And then we have work for harbor purpose in Azov Sea by my supervisor Pavlo Goldin and Karina Vishnikova. So, and now our project. So, okay, for a moment, for now, probably harbor purpose will be the most well-studied cetacean in the Black Sea. Let's, I can say that, I think. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask one question?
Yes, sure.
I know that we think that fishes are silent, but maybe you know about some acoustic monitoring of big fishes, for example, in Black Sea.
Yeah, I understand where this question is coming from, as from fish research scientist, but unfortunately, I don't know. I suppose there should be some acoustic research on fish performed in the Black Sea. Yeah, but I don't really know a lot about that so far.
Thank you. Thank you, Yulia. Thank you, one Yulia and another Yulia. Thank you very much. And Jonas, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just have a technical questions because we did do some questions in writing. Will we get back to those, or are we discussing those now? Or
no. It will be another part of our meeting. Yeah.
Okay, all right. But I have one question in addition, and I think that's maybe one of the really important thing with porpoises in the Black Sea. That's the bycatch, and you showed those numbers, and they were really high, I think. But do you think that is sustainable, or are we seeing a porpoise population declining and disappearing in the Black Sea with time if this continues?
Thank you for the question. That's a really good one, and it's a really question which troubled me too in a moment, because unfortunately we have only one really more or less reliable estimation of abundance for harbor porpoise for the Black Sea for now, which was done for CNOPS and then recounted, and it's in the same paper by Popov et al. 2023, where we find out, he and collective of authors, including me, found out those numbers of bycatch, which 11,000–16,000 animals per year, and it's only employing some official data, and so real numbers could be much higher than that. but it seems that we still have a lot of porpoises remains. So in the same publication, it was like the number was extrapolated. So for Synops estimated from the model-based surveys, they estimated abundance of porpoises as around 90,000 individuals in the Black Sea. And we don't have G0 for the Black Sea, but even employing G0 for the North Sea from scans, for example, what was done in this publication, we are coming up with a number of animals closer to the 300,000 individuals, or like 260, for which, like, let's say 16,000 animals per year is still quite high number. So yeah, those numbers, they're not matching. We don't know what is the carrying capacity of the population in a moment. So that's why we need, from one side, make nice estimations, abundance estimates and all others from the one side, and from the other, we need to employ some bycatch mitigation techniques already now, or starting to do them, or planning, because yeah, it's very not understandable in a moment when we will run out of porpoises from the one side. But from the other side, from the same last estimates of abundance, they will be probably stopped to be enlisted as endangered in IUCN list, so they will be become vulnerable because numbers are still quite high. So you see, that's yeah, that's a really hot question for us now. So
with those numbers you presented, it's about 5% of the population that are drowning every year in these nets. Do you know what the bycatch limit, sustainable limit, are in other areas of the world? What percentage that we are aiming for other populations?
Yes, there are different numbers or percentages which we are aiming to. For example, from I think a number of like 0.2 or 0.3% was named as a desirable level of bycatch from NAMCO, probably, as far as I remember. But yeah, then we don't know how applicable it is. And then from the other side, even 5% of population it's huge. But if carrying capacity of population is higher than that, why should we be bothered then? So I think we should come up with those numbers for the Black Sea ourselves.
Okay, thank you. Andy?
Yeah, I just have a quick follow-up question from Jonas too. So yeah, again, obviously there's the hot question: what is a sustainable limit for bycatch? Julia, when you look across the different regions of the Black Sea and hopefully looking into a more peaceful and happy future for the region, which of the available mitigation measures do you think are going to be most effective, given the ability of different countries to enforce regulations, for example? You talked about the seasonality of the area, of the closure for gillnet fisheries at one point, but I'm just interested in your thoughts about what is going to be most effective as we go forward to try and reduce those numbers of animals being killed each year.
Yeah, thank you, Andy. That's a really good question, and one of the, I think, the most popular suggestions from all reviewers which I received for my thesis, it were suggestions to make like a separate chapter for conservation generally, and of course, I think when we are talking about harbor porpoises in the Black Sea, conservation will means mitigation of bycatch, of course. So what I was trying to propose and what my work is connected, how it could be applicable. So I was trying to propose these time closures which should be built dynamically, because this seasonality which I demonstrated with the peaks, so these peaks, they are maybe not like, they are not made from concrete. They are probably, they could be shifted. because from colleagues, we know that from colleagues from Bulgaria, for example, who are involved, so from Dimitar Popov, who make a lot of research on that. So he observed that levels of bycatch really differs from presence of porpoises in the waters, in Bulgarian waters. So that now that this ban is operating in from 15th of April till 15th of July, it's coming. I kind of understand the rationality of it. It's coming from turbot, basically, so it's not including porpoises at all. But then it means that if porpoises are arriving, if their peak of presence in the area is like before, somewhere at the beginning of April, so then they are likely to run away, and the level of bycatch will be lower. But if they are not, it will like bycatch will be huge. So for me, it looks like the most applicable thing which we can do right here, right now, and fast enough. I mean, so it's not involving other like constructions, but also we should more employ pingers, I think, which is still, I have some slides and comments because of course I receive such questions, because work on pingers is also quite questionable, controversial in the Black Sea, but I think that could work. But introducing pingers, so now on the Black Sea, we are on the level of making trials about pingers and trying to find out which are working, which are not, and how. And is it dependent on animals, fish, pingers, or fishermen who are with whom we are working? So there are some questions about that, and time closures, or this building up dynamically this ban, for example, it could be helpful for purposes, and I think it could be implemented without all this like hard logistics, with making policies, introducing them, and implementing them. So it could be just faster. So if we are worrying about animals which are dying right here and right now, so probably we should do that. So I think we can at least, we can try.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Andy. Thank you, Yulia, for the reply. I would like just to remind everybody the agenda once Jonas asked, so everybody understands the procedure. So now we are stating questions. We're asking questions to Yulia from everybody who is present. So this is your last chance to ask Yulia in free mode of asking questions. Then we will give a floor to scientific advisor of Yulia, Professor Goldin. Then we will go to the more detailed answers from Yulia to the comments of the members of the doctoral committee. So there will be more precise questions, more detailed answers in the mode of PowerPoint presentations. After that, we will go to the final discussion when we will express our opinion, the committee members, about the PhD thesis of Yulia and her achievements. And then we will switch to voting. And then we will close our meeting. So this is the agenda. So again, I ask, does anybody want to ask a question? After we had many questions already, but maybe anybody wants to ask still. If not, then thank you, Yulia. Thanks to everybody who asked. And now the floor is given to the scientific advisor of Yulia, Professor Pavel Goldin. Pavel, are you around?
Hi.
Yeah, hi.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me? Hi. First of all, thanks a lot, Dr. Alex, and thanks a lot to everyone who is attending here, to all the members of the doctoral committee who are taking part in this examination, and my special thanks to to Phil Hammond, who is missing here, who contributed a lot to this work. I would say that I'm greatly pleased to serve as a scientific advisor for Julia during several years, and I'm extremely satisfied by this thesis, which is a result of an extensive work. Julia, to my mind, Julia successfully completed all the tasks of the educational and scientific program. She successfully completed her work on the dissertation manuscript, and therefore, I believe she successfully completed her education at the PhD level. Julia has proven herself to be a confident, independent researcher who is capable of working effectively in field and lab conditions. Julia independently collected extensive material in her field research. She took part in organizing an international scientific project of a regional level, and she headed it for a long time, as far as I know, around 18 months, in quite a difficult condition under the full-scale military invasion from Russia. Julia took part in processing its results, and her role was leading in this process. Julia finally can be said that Julia initiated international passive acoustic monitoring of the presence of cetaceans in the Black Sea, and she was the main driver of this initiative. Julia visited the research institutions in the UK. She mastered methods of quantitative analysis and data verification. She independently and thoroughly analyzed materials using cutting-edge statistical methods and statistical modeling. Julia verified the new monitoring tool for passive acoustic monitoring, which is the FPOD, and proved she was first who proved its high efficiency, at least under some conditions. I mean the Black Sea conditions. During her work, Julia highlighted the patterns of seasonal and daily activity of porpoises simultaneously in different parts of the Black Sea. She revealed the diversity of these patterns, which is unique for a small marine basin, which the Black Sea is. Julia discovered a new type of daily activity of porpoises based on data taken from Ukrainian waters. And I would say all around the world we got used that the harbor porpoise is not only a cryptic and elusive, but also a nocturnal animal. And its peak of acoustic activity, peak of feeding effort, and so on, it's mainly during the night time. But suddenly, and probably first in the worldwide, Julia found that there is another type of daily activity, which is the diurnal activity associated with the daylight time. And this very exclusive pattern of daily activity is located in the Ukrainian waters. And this is, as for me, this is an exciting discovery. Julia provided proper explanation for this phenomena. She presented justification for several ideas for measures for the protection of cetaceans in the Black Sea. After all, Julia published 3 full-size papers under her authorship in journals, in peer-reviewed, high-ranked journals. And to give a long story short, I believe that Julia completed her curriculum, including the thesis, at a high level, and I'm pretty sure she is eligible to be awarded the degree of Doctor of Philosophy. Thank you very much. I'm pleased to be your advisor.
Thank you very much, Pavel. Nice to hear that.
Yeah, thank you, Pavel. Dear colleagues, are there any questions to the scientific advisor? or did he express everything nicely, smoothly, thoroughly? I think so. Okay. Since the reviews, we continue our process. Since the reviews of the reviewers and the responses of the official opponents have been published on the website of the Schmalhausen Institute of Zoology of the National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine in the manner and within the time frames established by the procedure of awarding the degree of Doctor of Philosophy and are positive, there is no need to read them aloud. In addition, the one-time specialized doctoral committee of the Schmalhausen Institute of Zoology of the National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine has not received any reviews or questions in writing or by email from other persons regarding the dissertation work of Yulia Ivanchikova. While the dissertation has received positive reviews overall, there are some comments and suggestions that have been raised by the reviewers and official opponents. So from now on, we will start the official answers from Yulia Ivanchikova to first to the reviewers and then to the opponents. So the floor is given to the applicant to respond to the comments presented in the review of Dr. Yulia Kutsakon. Please.
Thank you. So the first comment which I received was about practical recommendations, and it's exactly a comment on structure of thesis that recommendations on conservation could be presented as that they should be presented more in abstract and in the main text. So, or it could be even become a separate subsection. And I can agree on this comment. And also I received the same comments from other reviewers. So yes, yeah, I could have another chapter on conservation, but then those chapters which I already have, I was trying to write them in a way as papers. So then that's why this conservation part is like separated for each chapter, basically. But thank you for this comment. It's a really valuable one. So the next comment from Yulia was that the possibility, so that the geographic study region and the characteristic physical-geographical characteristics of the region now is located in materials and methods section, which is true, and it appears to be probably too excessive. So it's like quite big, and it could be structured just as a also separate section. And yeah, I have seen such theses too. And as far as I remember, Pavel Voldin, in his thesis, he has this materials and physico-geographical characteristics of the region as a separate chapter. So it could be like that. Yeah, I can agree with that. But from my perspective, while it's still description and more coming from the literature, it's quite well aligns with overall structure as it is, even with materials and methods. Because of course it's not like a data chapter, so there is no urge to put it separately so far. But thank you for the comment. And one more comment was I see it more like a suggestion that a list of authors' publication could be prepared and based on the materials for each section. Yeah, it's probably the right way to do that. Yeah, I can agree on that, and it's totally valid point. But yeah, so thank you for this comment, and thank you, Yulia Konstantinovna, for all your comments and recommendations. They were really structured about how to structure the thesis well, and yeah, it's helpful, but it's already done, I think. So thank you for that. The next comment which I received was from Dr.
Wait,
Yeah.
Yulia. So, Dr. Kutsakon, are you satisfied with the answers of the applicant?
I think the answer is clearly satisfied. So I agree with all of them.
Okay, thank you very much. Then, Yulia, you can now the floor is given to you to respond to the comments from the reviewer, Dr. Oksana Nekrasova, please.
Thank you. So the comment from Dr. Oksana Dmitrievna Nekrasova was about continuing studies of long-term monitoring of this of harbor porpoises in the context of climate change and some catastrophic changes occurring now in the Black Sea. Yeah, and how our existing network of monitoring could be supplemented with additional research methods. So yeah, first of all, I'm grateful for feedback and recommendations. And I want to say that our colleagues from Black Sea Trends project in other countries such as Romania, Bulgaria, Turkey, Georgia, they are going on continuing collecting the data with FPODs. It's only Ukrainian locations which are blocked now, so project is going on. But and we have some plans for extension of the project. For example, trying to put loggers on other depths, for example, and then to have some material to compare, and also to try some playback experiments with pingers, trying to develop some mitigation techniques, bycatch mitigation techniques, and also research on noise could be added to, I think, for this project. So there are a really wide field for a fantasy and planning, where we at some point could, I think we should be able at some point to estimate influences of maybe, if not about not climate change on cetacean population, but at least on war and activities which are now going on in the Black Sea. So yeah, I'm quite optimistic about that. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Yulia. And Dr. Nekrasova, are you agree? Are you satisfied with the answers of the applicant?
Thank you. I am agree. Thank you for your response to my recommendation. I am satisfied. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And now the floor is given to the applicant to respond to the comments presented in the review of the official opponent, Dr. Andrew Justin Reed.
Thank you. So first comment for the chapter 1 was on, for me, it's a question about are the harbor porpoises social? And yes, the answer is yes, honestly. But I think, yeah, this statement which I put in thesis about that porpoises have been considered not to be social is probably formulated a little bit more strongly than it should be. But the basis for this statement, they were like two basically facts, I think. Historically, they were coming from visual observation of porpoises, and that they were usually, first of all, poorly observed, and then that they were not forming like big groups, only in the contrary to this Black Sea or Denmark migrations when they seasonally migrate in a huge pods. But so they usually stay in a small groups or like in pairs as like mom and calf, or with like alone. And then that the second fact was that porpoises are not producing whistles similarly to dolphins. So I think that was a rationale for thinking about porpoises as not social. But then social communication with high frequency clicks was discovered, and it happened relatively recently to my mind, and it was found in captivity in Denmark and then in the wild supported. And then from data which we observed from the Black Sea, from pods I'm talking about now, it still gives us some thoughts about social communication in porpoises. So yes, for me, porpoises are quite sociable. Yes. So now I'm going to go into the next question, or how we should proceed.
Yeah, you go from question to question, and then we ask Andy in general. And if there are any objections, then you return back to the question.
Yeah, okay, but there are like some questions. Questions are quite different. So I think I will be happy if reviewers could, our official opponents could kind of intrude in, and we can make have a discussion just in a moment. So yeah, but just let me know, because now I see only slides on presentation, but just tell me when there will be questions, right?
Oh, okay. I think we can be quite flexible. So, Andy, if you want to interrupt Julia with any of your comments, then please do it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Alex. I'm very satisfied with the answer to the first question.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So the second question, yeah, it was, it aligns with suggestion by Julia Kutsakoini that some information about marine mammal areas, most important marine mammal areas, could be placed somewhere else, as in a separate, probably in a separate chapter. So I can agree, generally I can agree on that. But one thing which I wanted to unfold a little bit, it's about accession of materials on prey, and I agree from one side, but I want to say in my defense that for the paper in ecology and evolution, we of course limited the information on prey, but while writing the thesis, I was really fascinated with some details of fish behavior and how it's all aligns with development of the Black Sea evolutionary or like geologically. So how this development and the Black Sea passed through several stages of geologically of being a lake and then open as a sea and then again a lake, and how it's defined types of fauna, fish fauna, which now is existing in the Black Sea basin. And that those, for example, sprat and anchovy, how they differently behaves, one of the species trying to stay under thermocline, and another one above thermocline. But again, thermoclines, why they're happening in the Black Sea? Because Black Sea sometimes behaves more like a lake rather than the sea, so like forming these layers, and without tides, without winds and waves, waters are not mixing. And for me, it's all working perfectly well. So probably that's why I put all this information in thesis. Yeah, only one this reason, but probably not clearly enough. So maybe in future work, I will just make it more clear then. Okay, the next comment was, I like this one. And finally, somebody noticed that for first analysis, we used 5 locations, 5 F-pods from Ukrainian locations. They were all included in the analysis, but in Ukrainian analysis, there were only 4 loggers. That's true, and the reason for that was that for first stage of modeling, where we were modeling seasonal and DL patterns like months and hour, we also used location as a factor. And while this location as a factor was included in model, models were working, models including 5 locations from Ukrainian coast, they were working better. But then when location was excluded, so the reality is that from this 5th location, which is Jar Sea, so it's a seaside of Jarelgach island in Jarugach Bay, JA. So we have only 2 months of data from it. So without location models, like this lack of data, we're drowning models a little bit. So we have to choose models which were working better, and those were models without this location, unfortunately. Yeah, but so that's the answer for your question, more about like why it was included in one chapter and was excluded from the other one. So we have to do that because we choose AIC as a criterion to choosing models, and just one models were working better than others.
Understood.
That's the idea. So I would like to understand why the combined effect of season and time of the day were not explored. So the question, the answer here, what I'd like to give is that the aim of the chapter, first of all, was to describe a like overall bigger picture, like a helicopter view, to try to describe this, to employ this helicopter view on the whole Black Sea basin, and to try to find out what we can understand and are there some regional similarities or differences. And we found them. And so now this exploration of combined effects of season and time, of course, they, to my mind, they should be influencing, but it will be the next step. So it was just not possible to uncover in one PhD thesis. So it remains for future exploration. So for detection range of pods, commented several times today that it's around 400 meters. And could the influence where clicks were detected from porpoises foraging, basically, or in the water column? Yeah, we will have, I think we will have some discussions on that too. And there are some research that porpoise behavior can influencing on the probability of like probability function of porpoise being captured by acoustic equipment, generally speaking. So it could be influenced. But that's why, for example, we were aware of such effect. While in my research I was aware of that. So one thing which I could do, and it was done, is using of detection positive minutes as a measure of acoustic presence rather than number of clicks. So, and to my mind, porpoises, they're just not able to keep silence for a long time. So even if they are foraging basically, they still need to emit sounds for navigation. So if they were in the vicinity of, in like radius of pod detection, so they even feeding basically, I think they still should be captured with a pod. Yeah, just because they are also moving all the time, probably. So they're never like stable. So some parts of clicks and click trains could be recorded on the F pod. Yeah, but basically DPM, it was like the only one instrument which we can really use to, even if not to avoid this like mistake, or to at least make it softer, let's say. About background on the ichthyofauna of the Black Sea, yes, I also agree on that. But I just like the idea of interconnection of geology, oceanography of Black Sea and prey, and how it can influence on porpoises. But I will just try to describe it more clear in the next work. Comment for the chapter 5. Potential environmental drivers. And thank you for this comment. It's like really encouraging. I think it's publishable, but again, it now return us back to the issue about comparing dolphin DPMs with harbor porpoise DPMs. So to my mind, we just need to be cautious with the results and to employ different approaches and to see how they will be supporting or approving or disapproving our zero hypothesis. Yeah, but it's still not contradicting with other demonstrated other observations, as from Grigorevsky-Liman and interspecies interaction between common dolphins and porpoises. Yeah, so yeah, but just more work is needed to be done here. How 5 sites were selected? Yes, was they chosen to represent distinct ecological communities or oceanographic regimes? Both of those actually. So I explained a little bit in the presentation how we were trying to compare these different sites, some more enclosed gulfs, and to try to put loggers on some more seasides or some sides with faster water flows. And on Gerald Gach Bay, for example, we were thinking to tracking the following migrations, for example, if there were any. But then, unfortunately, from this seaside of Gerald Gach, we received only 2 months of data. But surprisingly, it appears, for example, that from those 2 months of the data, which were August and September, we have bigger number of clicks than from the other logger in the same area, from the Gerald Gach Bay, for the whole year, more or less. So it's interesting. It's interesting to know. Yeah, but still there are more questions than answers so far. Yeah, and of course some matters of logistics, they were also taken into account because this project is a low budget one. Yeah, so we were trying to explore some sites which will be useful for us from the point of logistics too. About reviewing of all potential drivers. So I think the idea is that while we are not making strong inferences from those drivers, we kind of can include them. But generally, I agree on the comment. And speaking about other factors which could be potential drivers which were not included, but probably should be. So it's, of course, it could be like chlorophyll A, some anthropogenetic noise, which could be measured differently from like vessel traffic or distances to the huge ports and port capacities, also like as a distance to construction sites, or potential sources of noise, and also distances to fresh water. So we have like some huge, biggest European rivers are flowing into Black Sea, such as Danube and Dnipro. So they possibly should be taken into account, to my mind. Yeah. So, and the question about marine protected areas, excluding gillnet fishing, for example, are they preferable to the use of acoustic deterrents pingers? To my mind, acoustic deterrents already demonstrated their relevance in reducing bycatch in various locations around the world. And information about the use of pingers in the Black Sea is far from sufficiency, so we need more investigations on that. But it's at least some working bycatch mitigation method. But there are others, such as time closures, of course, which we can also use. And to my mind, marine protected areas, to my mind, they couldn't work better than pingers, for example. And like as a concept, even for like some protecting some areas for highly active aquatic species. Yeah, I think pingers just working better so far. Okay, so I think we are at the end of the comments from Dr. Reed now.
Okay, thank you, Julia. And Andy, are you satisfied?
Yes, I am very satisfied, and I love Julia's idea about playback experiments. That would be very fun. So, but yes, I'm very satisfied with the answers to my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Julia. Thank you, Andy. And now the floor is given to the applicant to respond to the comments presented in the review of Dr. Jonas Steilman.
Okay, so Jonas Thielman sent, I received 23 questions from Dr. Jonas. Yeah, and the first one was one of the hardest, just like to begin with. So it was appealing to this new work by a collective of authors, Casentina et al., who were who were applying other approaches to using classifier. And yeah, so the question is how these new findings will affect my results. And what I want to say about that is the first, that all the data for our analysis was processed in one consistent way. So in this paper by Casentina, they trying to show significance of employing one approach or one way of processing the data or handling the data. So all my data was processed and handled in one consistent way of generating of FP3 files. And we were including all species group, and we were not excluding them artificially, because we know that in the Black Sea we have dolphins and we have porpoises, and we also can have sonars too. And then we also, in models, we are operating with changes in acoustic activity of animals and building like the seasonal and yield patterns in dynamics. So while it's not, we are operating not with absolute numbers, but with relative, I don't see in this moment how my results could be affected with these new findings. And second, what is important to say, I think, that my findings, they were mostly describing ecology of harbor porpoises themselves in the models, and the only one thing where what could be changed is this interaction between harbor porpoise DPMs and dolphin DPMs. And so this presence of dolphins, so dolphin DPMs, was only one of the factors included in the model, which was possibly influencing habitat use of porpoises, and it was not the most significant one. So this investigation of interspecies interactions in the Black Sea just need more, devote some separate research. So which is already in progress, but yeah, we just need, we have something to take into account. I agree on that. And the third point, which is also important to pronounce, I think, it's that this is another group of authors. They were trying different ways of processing the data, and they were excluding artificially one or another group of animals, for example, dolphins or porpoises. So they were kind of predisposing algorithm of the software to analyze all clicks and trying to put them in another species group. And then they claimed higher error for dolphin clicks. So even if it's true, it could be. I see how it could be, because as I already explained also in presentation, that dolphins use more broadband frequencies, not the contrary to porpoises, which use narrow band high frequencies. But still, they can produce narrow band high frequencies too. So algorithm, when if you will predispose algorithm not to define porpoises, it could drive all NBHF click trains into dolphin group. Yeah, but I'm not surprised that they found ways to how to raise error rate. Yeah, but again, what they're claiming too, that while you are consistent in your methodology of handling data, and you are comparing like your data set with your data set, so I don't see why it should be a problem for my results here. And additionally to that, we validated. That's why we also validated each file to understand and also we're identifying error rates for all groups and also for sources of errors. Yeah, of course, we found some files which were damaged with sonars. So this group of authors, they also pick exactly those files which we described as overloaded with sonars. Yeah, so I think that's everything what I want to say about that. And I'm happy to discuss if it's needed.
Yeah, I just
Yeah.
want to interrupt and to remind Jonas that likewise Andy, he can interrupt and join comments and agree, disagree simultaneously with Julia's reports. So.
Yeah, thank you very much. No, I'm happy with that explanation, and it's fine just to consider that there are some new studies out there. So that's fine. That's fine. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So the next comment, fun one about fixed neck of porpoises. And if you will ask, if you will give this question to anatomist, you will receive one answer. And the answer, so the question is does it mean that porpoises look only straight? So the anatomist will respond to you yes, because neck vertebrae of porpoises, they are still more connected one with another rather than for beluga whale, for example, who can turn their neck much better. But then if you will ask population ecologists this question, so the answer will be directly opposite. It will be no, because yeah, because while porpoise is looking only straight, they still can see everywhere around with body movements. And yeah, while sound beam is relatively narrow, which is up to 16 degrees in both horizontal and vertical planes, and other studies show other results, but not higher than that. But I think they're still able to see more around rather than straight. Yes. So.
Yeah, I agree with that, and even they can, the melon they have where they can direct their echolocation can even be moved around, as you can see in many captive studies. So it's just that the way you wrote it, it sounded like they were only looking forward. They couldn't move at all, but of course they, as you say, they can. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah. You see, that's how to say, that's the gift and the curse to have different supervisors from different backgrounds. Let's say. So that's why it was fun, and also, if you're talking about melon, so from what I know, that melon serves as acoustic lens traditionally, or as a waveguide. At some point. So of course it's the function of it is like amplification of sounds of these clicks, and but it also takes part in directing this sound beam, of course. But yeah, there are a lot of new studies about that, I think. So one of the questions was about average age. I can agree that yeah, it was probably not obvious in my thesis how I was trying to describe it. It was not the best way to talk about average age. I agree on that, but then differences could be also caused with different factors, such as age structure affected by population dynamics. It could be different sampling even and measuring techniques which were employed to defining those average age could be different, and the result will be different. And then we sometimes even comparing the same indicators for different geographical areas, we can see that this average age would change. And my colleague Ivanchikova showed that for Azov and Black Sea porpoises not long ago, for example. So, question about why porpoises have thicker blubber layer. Generally speaking, the answer will be that they are generally smaller than dolphins, and so they allometrically must have thicker blubber layer. And to my mind, is they are doing that to reduce energetic demands at the first place. Question about about 6 degrees. So, and the Greenland porpoises, and I'd like to say that probably Greenland porpoises are ecologically different, and it was demonstrated several times already. So they are doing this long distance migrations, more than 2.5 kilometers, and then plasticity. So I mean, they demonstrate all range of different things which are different from general porpoises. So.
But, yeah, you're right. But also, I mean, I haven't heard these 6 degrees before, and apparently it's from a paper. But I mean, I guess even in the Black Sea, it often gets below 6 degrees in the north, and maybe the porpoises move away. But in many areas, they can easily live in waters
much colder than 6
much
degrees.
colder than this. So it's
Yeah.
not like a geographical border where they never go into this. It was just a comment on being. This is not a definite rule for porpoises.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Now I understood it. Yeah, now I understand it better. Yeah, thank you for that. But I can agree with you that we see even from, like, I showed this range of porpoises in the world, so they can live in quite different from point of temperature in different areas, from starting from Arctic down to Senegal. So yeah, it's not a general rule for porpoises. It was just noted in this paper by Teguchi, and also it was for other subspecies of porpoises, for Pacific one. So it's probably it's just from this formulation is weak in a way that it's kind of. I was not trying to generalize it, so that, yes, that was not exactly right. But still, Greenland porpoises are still different. And for example, in the same way as from northern part of the Black Sea, porpoises could migrate. Baltic porpoises were known to migrate to, but then they could express migration trying to avoid ice coverage, and it could be the same in the northwestern part of the Black Sea. But we not always have ice coverage. Like, not every year the sea is covered with ice. So I think it's just still a big and a good question, which will be interesting to investigate. At least it's interesting for me. So this question about melon, I think we added together. Question about ears. Yeah, it's honestly, I don't know now why I stopped on the half of description here. Yeah, but it's just mistake, because yeah, of course, lower jaw is not the ear of porpoise. Porpoise still have inner ears. That's okay with them, but yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you're right.
Nice to clarify this question.
You just didn't explain that, but you're right. It's that was something I was missing. The more detailed of how the production and the hearing was happening, but this is all good. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So question about I have a nice comment on Pinger experiments because it was presented by my colleague Dimitar Popov in his PhD thesis. But I think it's quite is explaining well what's going on with fingers in the Black Sea. So there were several studies, and some of them show some results and others show some weak results. And you can connect it with different types of fingers which were employed for different experiments. But if to go a little bit deeper than that, you can see that reduction of bycatch, this statistically significant, was shown, for example, for boats where observers were presented, and for other boats where observers were not presented, there was not so statistically significant reduction in bycatch. So there are some for me, there are still some questions about that. That's why I'd like to carry some other experiments on fingers and to find out finally what and how we should use in the Black Sea. And the one more big problem is that we are on this research stage so far. So any policies, even some recommendations, they are not formulated.
Well, I mean,
enough.
there's been a lot of Pinger studies from other places, and the numbers I see here, 86% reduction and 100% reduction. I mean, isn't that enough to actually say now we should do something instead of doing more research? Or when is the point where you say now we have enough knowledge before we do something?
That's a good question. Jonas, thank you for that. It's I think it's even not it's a good question not only for bycatch projects, it's when it's enough research or enough data, or when we are already having data poisoning or intoxication. But if we are talking exactly about those research, all of them are quite small and small scale, and they were performed in some very particular areas. So I'm not sure if we can easily extend them on the whole Black Sea. In Ukrainian waters, we didn't have such research at all. So,
but I mean, it's really a question. Nobody can answer it right here because we're researchers and we do recommendations and we say this is good enough and so on. But it's just important to consider, I think, that sometimes we need to say now it's time to act rather than do more research, because politicians will say, okay, we do more research and then we don't do anything. So this is just something. It's an important thing to consider, I think, in the Black Sea with this extremely high bycatch.
You're right. I totally agree with you. So it's the same question for me too, honestly, is that if we have such nice results, where are all these policies, documents, and why nothing is still implemented, and why we are not moving on? Honestly, I don't know, and maybe it's a little bit more complicated, something like that. But also the fact probably is that we still have a lack of data from bycatch itself. So even for this our research, we employed for the paper about bycatch, we employed a lot of data from interviews, for example. So not even from. So we just need more data from bycatch now, and it's hard work, and I think it's understandable. Yeah, but it doesn't mean that we are in despair or we are stop doing anything. But okay. Next question. This one is my favorite one. It's why is the biodiversity poorer in the Black Sea compared to other seas? Really, really good one. Thank you for that. So I'd like to say 3 points about that. So the Black Sea was closed as a lake and for a long time and several times, and it has very complicated geological history. So it became connected not long ago in geological meaning. So after last glacier period, 7,000 years ago, So, and still this connection is with the ocean is extremely narrow. So a single strait could be in the minimum width could be 750 meters, if you can imagine. So I think Black Sea is functioning pretty much as a lake for steel. So this is one of the reasons. Other is that the Black Sea basin is filled with anoxic waters, starting from 200-meter depth to the depth, basically. So we don't have a lot of like the whole groups of species, and waters of the Black Sea are generally cooler than Mediterranean, which can prevent even some biodiversity from Mediterranean Sea to come and inhabit Black Sea. And for me, possibly influence of invasive species could be also the case, which making our biodiversity of our biota slightly poorer. Okay, so mass death, which occurs almost annually, it's not a new phenomenon. It's a phenomenon of annual mass deaths due to eutrophication itself. It was like described even, it was known even before that, but it was explicitly described in Zaitsev Mamayev in 1997. But it was increasing systematically, and one of the reasons was that some increasing use of fertilizers, because European nitrates directive is not adopted in Ukraine. Not maybe it's adopted but not implemented. And anyway, it's not working, and it's definitely connected with levels of eutrophication and then with mass deaths. And that northwestern part of the Black Sea is this part of the sea which receives the most water flow, fresh water flow from biggest rivers, waters of which are already polluted.
But I have one question here. How should porpoises die from eutrophication? And eutrophication is nutrition.
Yeah.
So I mean, how would they die from that?
But I think it's not explained well here. I was talking probably not about porpoises, so it's not annual deaths of porpoises themselves. It's deaths of fish massively. So that's what we have. So porpoises could be affected by that, by some lack of insufficiency of fish, but probably not directly. So, and it's not easy to prove for deaths of porpoises from eutrophication itself. But one more thing is that northwestern part of the Black Sea which is affected the most. It also has what we can say is that it has lower density of animals. So that's the only thing.
Okay, yeah, maybe I misunderstood. I thought you meant that there was
some it's not mass mortality events for porpoises. Yes, that's why I'm sorry for it. Formulation is ill a little bit. So it like mass deaths of biota, generally like fish and others. So that we face every year, but not for porpoises. Otherwise, I probably would have very different PhD thesis about with a lot of fresh strandings, corpse, and something like that from northwestern part of the Black Sea. But it's not what we have. Then there was question to comment. Yeah, interesting, really interesting. I don't know how it could possibly happen that I was describing these results of synops in my thesis and without naming numbers. It's really strange, but yeah, you can see them here about estimations, latest estimations. And one other reason it's probably that the paper is not published yet, but it should be published this year. Pavel can give more details on that. Question about differences between clicks, echolocation, feeding, and potentially communication. What is the difference? They employ to different things. Can we distinguish between them? Probably we can't, but or we can when we have some context, or what we know for now, it's that porpoises can use their narrow band high frequency clicks for communication. But then, yeah, we can get some information from repetition rate, from some patterns, and yeah, but generally speaking, from click itself, probably we can't. Yeah, or we know how feeding basis looks like, and yeah, other things. But I don't think that we have. So those categories are quite fluid in the moment.
One thing that we use to distinguish is the approach phase. You know, when a corpus come closer to a target, they will click faster. But if it's a communication call, they would just use this very rapid click rate without any approach phase. So, but of course, with an FPOD, it's hard to know, do you have the whole approach phase, or did you just pick up the boss, which could be a communication call? So it is difficult, but I think hopefully in the future we can distinguish and try and understand what they say more than just clicking and trying to find food.
Yeah, I totally with you here in the moment. I think the same, but sometimes I see like really long sequences of repetitive click trains, even from the FPOD, they look quite social for me. As an animal doing them, modulating them for purpose, and doing like some kind of similar envelopes of those click trains. So it's unlikely for me that it's occasionally happening. So, and when those sequences are like duplicating, so then when animal produce them several times, one after another. So I think we just also, yeah, it's an interesting way to investigate more. And we already have, even from the data from FPODs, some research was done already on some click feature differences, and it seems that like C purposes could be different from North Atlantic ones, but at least in frequencies which they use. So we don't see this drop of frequencies what we can see in North Atlantic purposes when with the speeding up of clicking rate, when frequencies can drop a little bit. So it seems that purposes in the Black Sea are not doing that. But yeah, this work is also in progress for now. But yeah, it's interesting to investigate. Some loggers were placed on harbor fronts and mussel farms. Generally speaking, a question about how we choose location, and of course we are choosing, yeah, location of logger could affect data collection. So even in one of our location in Romania, for example, appears to be, so it was quiet, nice and quiet, and then some construction started just near that, and then we have to exclude it from the analysis too, because yeah, data was just overloaded with noise. So yeah, we should think carefully while planning experiment. And, yeah, try to be aware.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're right, and I guess that a mussel farm, or if you put it next to a harbor or a stone reef or any structure, then there might be some attraction, and if you put it next to a lot of noise, there may be some exclusion from this area. So the placement is really important, I think, and that's why in some studies you put them out randomly in an area, so whatever happens out there, it's a random sample of the area. It's not always possible.
Yeah, that's a good approach. I mean, but yeah, I think like balance is needed too. So yeah, but maybe more experience than we have. So the question was about ambient noise. I just realized that probably, so it's also about Jamie's paper about the probability of finding probability function of corpus and ambient noise. So I just think that ambient noise, I was using the term not correctly. So I was more trying to, probably I was thinking about reference noise rather than ambient, because of course ambient noise is changing, and I don't think that I haven't come across any soundscape paper so far about the Black Sea. So yeah, we definitely also have some lack of data on that. That's also true. Yeah, don't have much what to say about that. Question about gobies. It's nice, by the way. I think it's only one question about fish or about prey. So what I'm thinking is that probably it's still, description was so excessive. So it makes an impression that I know prey well enough. But about gobies, yes. So they were unsustainably fished massively, commercially during Soviet times, and the population was hurted. So it's and then we also know that gobies individually is a bigger, fattier than anchovy or sprat, so they logically should be preferred or more preferable for porpoises. And then Tolkien showed it explicitly from 4,000 stomachs, which were up to 80% fulfilled with gobies between migration periods. And when while migration periods, winter, spring and autumn migration, stomach content was transferring to anchovy, for example, but then it was in 1940. Yeah, but my suggestion is that the shift in diet, if it happens now, it should have been happened, because population of gobies was hurt. So, but it was compelled probably. Yeah, but it's still, it could be nice to have like really more data from stomach content from the Black Sea. Definitely, I would like to have it. Question about narrow part of the shelf and. That's one is the interesting one. So we, of course, we were thinking about that. That even the how wideness of shelf influencing the density of porpoises, and we, from our work, unfortunately, we can't say how. But I'd like to investigate that. Yeah. So definitely now we just know we need more loggers on different depths, and to see how it's changing things or not. But yeah, unfortunately, from our data, we can't prove or disapprove this hypothesis. But I like it. That yeah, that probably. But like physically, there are no limit for porpoises to be closer to the shelf, and then we know that waters are anoxic after 200-meter depth. So porpoises just not interested in, shouldn't be interested in anything what is deeper from the one side, and from the other we still have synops with a summer distribution, which shows that almost all Black Sea basin, you can meet porpoise everywhere, including deep sea zone. So yeah, it's a good question which needs answering, and I will try to do that in some years after. Measurement of anthropogenic activities, different logger positions, and can a pod measure noise? No, a pod can't. So we need just additional equipment if we want to measure noise, and it could be nice to measure noise in the same locations. Some work already have been done on that, trying to compile synops results with marine traffic, but I don't think that it's enough. So we should perform our own noise investigation, I think. And yeah, we don't have any other measures of anthropogenic activities so far. Was the seasonal distribution of dolphins measured by the F-pod similar to what was found for porpoises? Yes, it was. I can say that it was seasonal. So I mean, seasonality of dolphin distribution was even higher than for porpoises. but those models were also performed only for Northwest Black Sea region, and it's just work in progress. So we just need to do it for the whole Black Sea basin and to see what will happen. I'm not ready to report about the results of that yet. Yay. This question is about models. Thank you for that. So model results are showing that mass is correlated with temperature and is driving the explained deviances in all models. And very little is added by including other variables. Is there a value of combining several variables in time and case? Yes, probably there is a value, but we don't have time to do that in this series. And how much of variation should be explained before it is relevant to discuss the influence of a variable? Yeah, but here, while we have chosen the AIC as a criteria to choose model, we should stuck to it. So we were not. Yeah, I understand that some mass and temperature as a covariates, they were giving the biggest percentage of deviances explained. But we are choosing models not from deviances but from AIC. And while adding factors lowering AIC, so making model better, we should going on adding them. So it was exactly what happened. And then when this covariate as moon illumination was not making model better, it was not lowering AIC, so that's why it was excluded and it was not described. And then, yeah, we have like covariates as mass and temperature, which explains like 17 deviances, percentage of deviances explained, and like seabed type, which describes like 0.3, or moon phase as 0.1. So and then we are thinking about what could be a biological reason for that. So I think that the response from the model is important. So to see how it looks like and can you explain it somehow. But still while we are estimating AIC, it's not so important what is the percentage. And we still can describe each covariate, again, while we are not doing some like really strong inferences from covariates which explain very low percentage of this variability. It's like my view of that. And the correlation between mass and temperature, it was weak. So that's why both covariates were included in the model, because other covariates, all covariates which were correlating one with another, they were, so after correlation analysis, I choose one of covariate, one of factor from some pairs which were correlating. And yeah, mass and temperature were not so correlating as one would expect, which is kind of strange. Comments 2021, I combined them together because I think they were referring to the same thing about setting some restrictions. So what I was proposing, it's about time closures, or to build up them dynamically, or to kind of make ban longer, because so now gillnet fishery built in a way that they have fisheries, they have for turbot fisheries, they have one massive catch before 15th of April. Before that, so before the ban starts, so they have one massive catch, the biggest one, biggest of the year, and then ban working from 15th of April till 15th of June, yes. And after that, they have one more catch, which is usually smaller. So as a proposition, we can kind of forbid this second one. And of course, it will cause the conflict with fisheries. But probably I was trying to say that it will be not so big if you will ban all the gillnet fishery, or if you will ban this first bigger peak, because it's more important for fisheries. Yeah. That's the answer.
Yeah, but that's only great. I mean, if you can find a period where there's a high bycatch and not so important fishery, then that's the perfect solution to close a period. So yeah, that's good. Thank you.
Yeah.
The way
Okay.
to
And
go.
one more question was about as I understood, the question is about how placement location of the pod in the water in the sea in the water column, how it influenced could how it possibly could influence detection function again of porpoises. Probably it can. Are porpoises silent during the day? I don't think so, and I don't know, of course, but Black Sea water is not very transparent as it's just not very transparent. From my personal opinion, porpoises should be clicking all the time. And then here we are not using number of clicks. So, and we are using DPMs for the work. So this, it was probably not so important for us as they're doing feeding buzzers or they're clicking for a location. Or at least we were trying to reduce this importance of this factor.
But it's just,
right.
I think my point was just that you only have 10-meter steps in general where you put your loggers, and vertical migration of prey would be, I guess, from 0 to 10 meters to the surface, 10 meters higher. But a porpoise swimming around, you would get any echolocation, even if the porpoise is at the surface or at the bottom. So it could actually be, since you have so much more echolocation at night, that the animals don't search for food, they're silent during the day, or they are not at that same spot. They may be out on deeper waters where the prey might move out or whatever. But it's just that, I mean, the reasoning for having less echolocation at night may not be purely the vertical migration of prey, because 10 meters is nothing for porpoise, so they might as well eat them at 10-meter depth during the day.
Yeah, you're right. That's true, but let me show you what we else can see. The idea was if we know that some prey or hypothetical prey for harbor porpoise behaves differently in terms of thermocline when they're trying to stay below or above the thermocline. So what I wanted to show that we sometimes can see how thermocline is moving from in relation to F-pod. So for example, this is like 10 days from one of the records from a pod from Sinop. And this is a thick black line is the temperature. And what we can see here is that temperature dramatically changes during like very short period, like relatively short period of time, like as a 1 day, for example. So it was, so here it's like 25 degrees in a peak, here it's like 11, and here, so it's here like 20, closer to 25. So here it's maybe like 14, 15. Here is also 25. And probably looks strange a little bit, but for from people who live on the Black Sea, I think it's very well-known or more or less known pattern. Maybe not exactly this one, but it's happened sometimes, and it could felt very strange. But we have such events when thermocline is coming very close to the shore, and it's very strange because it's like sunny day on the Black Sea, mid of summer, and the water temperature is 6 degrees or 7 or 11, and you can't like go and swim. So it's a little bit surrealistic. And what I'm trying to say here is that F-pods, even if they were located quite inshore and without like really differences in depth, and quite close to the bottom and the sea surface, but they still can track. We can track movements of thermocline, and then to try to add some data from fisheries, and then we can see if it somehow changes activity of porpoises, and then probably we can try to answer the question if it's animals are moving or they behaves differently. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. I think there is one more question. And it's probably the last one. Yeah. Again, about how much more data is needed. I think we need some data, primarily from bycatch, of course, but then abundance estimates we also need, and yeah, there are two big questions actually. What kind of data we should have, and what kind of data we could have, and it's two different questions. So yeah, more work on abundance. Bycatch data could be nice to have. Stomach content and cooperation with fisheries, and still I think some experiments on pingers could be nice to have in order to plan some real bycatch mitigation strategy for the Black Sea.
Well, thank you very much, and sorry for all these questions, but it's only because I think this is such an interesting field, and you did such a good job in presenting all these interesting data. So thank you very much.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Julia.
thank
Thank
you
you,
for
Jonas.
questions.
Yeah, thank you both for this nice discussion and actually answering Jonas's questions from Julia. It actually informally started the discussion. The part of our meeting we are transferring now to. So actually, from now on, we move on the public discussion of the thesis, of the dissertation. Each member of the specialized scientific council or our doctoral committee openly expresses his or her position on the awarding or refusal to award the degree of Doctor of Philosophy to Yulia Ivanchikova. I stress on that all members of the doctoral committee, meaning 2 opponents and 2 reviewers and me, have to openly and clearly express their opinion. And also, expert being present in the meeting can take part in the discussion at their discretion. So we 5 members of the doctoral committee are obliged to express our opinion, and everybody who is present now can take part in the discussion and also express overall conclusive opinion about the dissertation and possibility to award the degree of Doctor of Philosophy to Yulia Ivanchikova. So, dear members of the doctoral committee, please, who wants to start?
I can start.
Yep. Andy, please.
Yes, it would be my great pleasure to be the first to say that Yulia's work absolutely deserves the awarding of the PhD degree. I think her work is important, and it's been a pleasure to read the thesis and engage in discussion today.
So, please, can you state clearly, do you think that Yulia deserves the doctoral degree?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you very much, Andy. Then, who else? Who next? I can see the raised hand of Yulia Kutsakon. Dr. Kutsakon, please.
Thank you, Yulia, for nice thesis. It's a pleasure to be the reviewer of it. You get an important results, and I wish you good luck in future. And my answer on the question is yes.
On which question?
On your question, on your Alexei question.
I have stated many questions. So, okay, I will repeat again. What do you think about awarding the doctoral degree to Yulia Ivanchikova?
I agree with it, that
Okay.
she can to have it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Yulia. Okay, who is next? I'm making the remarks who took part. Yep. Okay, Oksana,
Well,
Jonas.
I
Yep.
can also agree that I think this has been an interesting defense and a really nice thesis, and I'm definitely I've learned a lot about the Black Sea, and I really encourage to continue your work and try and do everything to conserve the porpoises in the Black Sea. And I will say yes to that you should be awarded the PhD degree.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Jonas. And Oksana.
Thank you. Thank you for the interesting investigation and thesis. Maybe I sometime I will used acoustic method in my work too. Investigation amphibia, yeah. And my opinion is that Julia's work was performed at a high level and can be awarded the PhD degree under this specialty biology.
Okay, thank you, Oksana. So, please, participants, our guests, attendees, does anybody want to make some conclusive words? Maybe colleagues of Yulia who are present here online, scientific fellows of our institution, of Zoology. Does anybody want to say the word? I keep my word final, so I just postpone my word for anybody who wants to take part. Igor Zverin, please. I see the raised hand, and then Sophie Smout. Yeah, thank you.
Dear colleagues, I decided to take part in the discussion because somebody can think that only the members of council took part in the defense. So I will. I want to say some words as the representative of the department where Julia fulfilled her work, her research, and where she wrote her dissertation. And I think that the result of this work was very nice and very important and scientifically useful. It's very interesting in theoretically it has valuable effects on practical part for conservation, for example, and it depends on very modern and very important technical achievements. So I think that it very important and valuable result that can be awarded with the degree of the Doctor of Philosophy. I want to say also that it's very useful for us that is this is the example of a very of collaboration with Western colleagues, which is very useful for us, and we're very grateful for all the colleagues for help, for advice. For Yulia, the result I think was very was brilliant, and everybody could see this. For example, during the discussion, very interesting questions and also very interesting answers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Igor. And Sophie, please.
Yeah, so I'm Director of Postgraduate Students at St Andrews, and would just like to say how really lucky we've been to have Julia working here with us. And I know Phil Hammond is not able to be here today because he's climbing mountains in Portugal or walking along the beach, but he, I know, has very much enjoyed the process of supervising Julia, and she's been a great part of our community, and it's wonderful to see this work coming together in the form of her thesis submission. So many congratulations to her on such a nice thesis.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sophie.
Thank you. And Nick, please.
Yes, I'd just like to endorse a statement made by Pavel Goldin earlier, that Julia's been a really significant part of the project of getting acoustic monitoring going in the Black Sea. You know, she's motivated it and animated it around the whole of the Black Sea, and that's been extremely valuable. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Nick, very much. And Karina?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Julia. And actually, I would like to say that I have known Julia since her student days, and I've seen her entire path to becoming a real scientist as she is, no doubts. Of course, indeed, really, she worked hard, proved herself well in field expeditions, and as a member of our team. And of course, I give her PhD research the highest mark because I know how professionally it was done and how much time was spent analyzing this huge amount of data. And of course, it's really brilliant work. I love it. It's absolutely amazing. And I would also like to emphasize that this study was conducted on a very significant passive acoustic monitoring project. As I understood, it's the third most important project worldwide. Maybe Nick will correct me or not. After the Vaquita and the Baltic Harbor Focus research. So it's for me, it's undeniable that Julia deserves to be awarded a Doctor of Philosophy degree. Thank you, honey. It was wonderful. I'm proud of you.
Thank you. Thank you, Karina.
Thank you, Karina, for such a warm congratulations, and we all join that. And does anybody want to join our discussions simultaneously? Congratulations, but wait, we still have to vote. Please wait, but okay. Does anybody want to express an opinion about Yulia's thesis? If not, then okay, then I make my conclusive word. I mean, conclusive only for the open discussion. Yeah, I also was much admired about this thesis and the achievements of Yulia and all the methods she used and the accuracy of the conclusions she provided. And I think it could be one of the best defenses of PhD thesis, and also it's a sort of example of nice and fruitful collaboration between Ukrainian scientists and international team of scientists, and the achievements on the broadcast, like given the results about not only of Black Sea, but with the possibilities of extrapolations of these results onto the world oceans and probably the mammalogy and teleology as it is. I presume that all the experts in this field expressed more precise evaluation of her achievement, so I don't have to go into details, and it's very pleasant and nice to be the last in the discussion, so I just can say that I support everything what was stated before, and I agree with everything, but it's not possible not to be in agreement with it. So, now I can declare that the general discussion of the meeting of the our doctoral committee is closed. Only discussion. And now we can then we still have a voting procedure, so please don't relax, but for the time being we can give the right to Julia to have the final word. Would you like to say your final word after all this express discussion?
Yes, my final word will be thank you very much, everyone, for being here for me and to spend these 3 hours of your lives with me too. But for me, it lasts like for more than 4 years. So thank you for this respect, and we can go voting, I think.
Okay, thank you, Yulia. And now we are approaching the most important and the most intriguing part of our meeting is the voting procedure. So, dear members of the doctoral committee, the doctoral committee, the scientific council, makes its decision by open voting according to our rules. According to the minutes of the meeting of the one-time ad hoc specialized scientific council serving as a doctoral committee of the Schmalhausen Institute of Zoology of National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine, which includes Dr. Alex Gumovsky, a chairman, Dr. Yulia Kutsakon as a reviewer, Dr. Oksana Nekrasova as a reviewer, Dr. Andrew Justin Reed as an opponent, and Dr. Yona Stileman as an opponent. So all 5 members of the doctoral committee were present at the meeting, including 1 doctor of science, 2 candidates of science, and 2 doctors of philosophy in the profile of the considered thesis of dissertation. So let's proceed to the voting. So, colleagues, I ask each of you to answer the question. Do you agree to award Yulia Ivanchikova the degree of Doctor of Philosophy in the field of knowledge 9 biology in the specialty 91 biology? We had the fruitful discussion, but now it's very strict. And what I would like to ask you, I will ask each of you, and then you will have to either raise your hand for voting for or against, and declare your name and declare, apart from like with the sign of the hand, also very clearly your position. So I'm voting for or I'm voting against. This is necessary to avoid any misinterpretations of our voting procedure. So to make the example, I will start from myself. So I'm Alex Gumovsky. I'm chairman of this meeting, and I am voting for awarding the degree of Doctor of Philosophy in the field of biology to Yulia Ivanchikova. Okay, then following the list. Then Dr. Yulia Kutsakon, please express your opinion by open voting.
I am Yulia Kutsakon, the reviewer, and I am voting for avoid to degree Yulia Ivanchikova, PhD in field of biology.
Okay.
I think okay.
So you are voting for awarding degree of Doctor of Philosophy, Yulia Ivanchikova, and your hand.
Yes.
Please, your hand.
My hand.
Okay, thank you very much. Oksana Nekrasova, please.
Okay, my name is Oksana Nekrasova, and I agree too, and I can be awarded the PhD degree, Yulia Ivanchikova.
Okay, so do you agree for?
Yeah, do you agree for? Yeah.
Your hand. I don't see. Yeah,
Yeah.
we need your hand in the monitor up,
Yeah.
please.
Up.
Yeah. Okay, now I see it. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, then Andy, please.
My name is Andy Reid. I'm one of the opponents on the committee, and it is my pleasure to vote for the award of PhD to Yulia Ivanchikova.
Okay, thank you very much. And Jonas?
Yeah, I'm Jonas Teilman. I vote for that Yulia Ivankova is awarded the degree of Doctor of Philosophy in the field of biology.
Okay, so you vote for the awarding the degree to Yulia Ivanchikova, yeah? With your hand?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you, Jonas. Okay, so from 5 members of the doctoral committee, all 5 members voted for awarding of the degree of Doctor of Philosophy in the field of Knowledge 9 Biology, in the specialty 91 Biology, for Yulia Ivanchikova. Nobody voted against and nobody abstained. So, dear colleagues, now I can announce the unanimous decision of the one-time ad hoc specialized scientific council serving as a doctoral committee to award Yulia Ivanchikova the degree of Doctor of Philosophy. We still have some formalities to finish, in particular to vote for the text of the final decision of our meeting. You all are supposed to receive the draft form of the possible decision. It was sent by email of our doctoral committee on awarding the degree of Doctor of Philosophy in field of knowledge 9 biology and specialty 91 biology to Yulia Ivanchikova. Has everyone got acquainted with the draft? Did you receive the draft? Yeah, by email. And any suggestions or comments or perhaps additions to it? No. If there are none, I will read the conclusive part of the text in Ukrainian, whereas the English version will be shown on the screen. Now I will share my screen with this statement, with the conclusion. Just a second. So does everybody sees my the text of the English? Yeah. Okay. Yes. Okay, so you can see it in English, and I will formally declare it in Ukrainian. Спеціалізована вчена рада Інституту зоології імені Івана Івановича Шмальгаузена Національної академії наук України ухвалила: перше. Дисертація Іванчикової Юлії Федорівни на тему «Морська свиня, фоцена, фоцена релікта в Чорному морі, сезонно-добові ритми активності, біотопічний розподіл і охорона» harbor purpose, Phocena relicta in the Black Sea, spatial temporal activity patterns, habitat use and conservation, що подана на здобуття ступеня доктора філософії з галузі знань 09 біологія за спеціальністю 091 біологія, є завершеним самостійним науковим дослідженням і відповідає вимогам порядку підготовки здобувачів вищої освіти ступеня доктора філософії та доктора наук у закладах вищої освіти, наукових установах, затвердженого постановою Кабінету міністрів України від 23 березня 2016 року номер 261 та порядку присудження ступеня доктора філософії та скасування рішення зразової спеціалізованої вченої ради закладу вищої освіти наукової установи про присудження ступеня доктора філософії, затвердженого постановою Кабінету міністрів України від 12 січня 2022 року номер 44 2022 року змінами, внесеними згідно постановою Кабінету міністрів номер 341 від 21 березня 2022 року та номер 502 від 19 травня 2023 року. Друге. Присудити Іванчиковій Юлії Федорівні ступінь доктора філософії з галузі знань 09 біологія за спеціальністю 091 біологія. Третє. Рішення разової спеціалізованої вченої ради затвердити і передати до наукової частини інституту та архіву інституту. Четверте. Науковій частині інституту підготувати наказ про видачу Іванчиковій Юлії Федорівні диплома доктора філософії та додатка до нього європейського зразка. На підставі результатів відкритого голосування разова спеціалізована вчена рада Інституту зоології імені Шмальгаузена Національної академії наук України присуджує Іванчиковій Юлії Федорівні ступінь доктора філософії з галузі знань 09 біологію за спеціальністю 091 біологія. За проголосувало 5 членів одноразової спеціалізованої вченої ради Інституту зоології. Проти немає, тих, що утримався, немає. Голова разової спеціалізованої вченої ради, доктор біологічних наук, професор, член-кореспондент Національної академії наук України Гумовський Олексій Васильович. So, from now on, we can officially congratulate Yulia.
Yes! Great!
Yeah.
We've done it!
And again, we
One more voting.
yeah, we have to vote. I will stop sharing screen. So we have to vote for this conclusion. So dear colleagues, I have eventually a proposal to accept this decision of our doctoral committee as a basis. Who is in favor of this proposal? Please vote. And again, please call your name and make your sign. So I'm Alex Gumovsky, the chairman. I vote for. Jonas?
I'm Jonas Salman, and I vote for.
Andy?
I'm Andy Reid. I vote for.
Yulia Kutsakon?
I am Julia Kutsokon, the reviewer, vote for.
Thank you. And Oksana?
I am for.
Okay, thank you very much. Who is against? Well, nobody. Who abstained? Also none. Okay, then this decision is accepted unanimously. So again, I can congratulate Yulia on receiving her PhD, and I would like also thank Dr. Goldin for his hard work as a scientific advisor, and thank to all members of our doctoral committee for their time, efforts, and great contribution to this PhD defense. Now I declare the meeting of the one-time specialized council closed. Засідання спеціалізованої вченої ради оголошую закритим. От. Ну,
Thank you very much.
Again, congratulations. And
Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you very much.
We've done it!
Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay, let's celebrate it.
Enjoy your champagne.
And many congratulations from chat.
Yeah, I still know. Can we stop recording them?
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. See you all. Bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you very much. This was
Thank you all. Bye.
really great and exciting meeting.
Same, guys.
Thank you, Pavel. Thanks for everything. Good job. Congratulations to you too.
Thank you very much.
Good luck with
Was
your
important.
work and all your troubles in your country. I hope it works well. Thank you.
Thank you for your help.
No problem. Enjoy it.